This guy. This guy. There's no Fortnite lore. What are you talking about? Hi, sweets. Hello. Hold on, I need this. Oh, that was why I was muted on this end. That's weird. That's odd. Haha. Ha. I've been talking for like 2 minutes with no audio. Hello. Embarrassing. How embarrassing. As for, I believe you did hear, there is no lore in Fortnite, you madman. He's crazy. Anyway, yeah, like I said earlier, while I was muted, um, the final shape is coming out on Tuesday. I will be playing final shape most likely majority of this week till I finish the story. Then I'll probably do that. Start playing it on my personal time. But seeing as I'll be doing the story playthrough on stream, I figured I should have a watch along for all the stuff that has happened previously on Destiny. You know, I like how my previously segments in my Spectre Explained segments, well, a certain YouTuber by the name of My Name is Biff, or My Name is Bife, he's 10 out of 10. Lord Daddy knows exactly how to retell a tale and give proper context and I haven't played Destiny since Destiny 1. Don't you worry. Lore will cover everything. It will cover everything you've missed, everything you do not know. It's a very good story. The gameplay can be I'm the Lord Daddy of Fortnite. You fucking wish. Do it. Try it out. See if you can master it. But my name is Bife. He is really good at he's got great videos on each topic and point of interest within the game. And the overall universe, Kevin the Cube. I don't know what the hell. What does that mean? Um, so I'll be watching his 10-hour lore video. about the entire subject. I don't know how deep it goes. I haven't watched it yet. I have seen his the stories so far back when Witch Queen is about to be launched, and the tale of the Golden Gun. No, not the gold. Yeah, Golden Gun and what was it? Thorn. So without further ado, let's bring out the video. You don't even know the story of Destiny 1? No one knew the story of Destiny 1. I followed it, but it's pretty easy to get lost in the sauce. Why isn't it there? What is it doing? Screen. Why does it look like that? Why is it showing the top? Odd. Anyway. Let me get this started. Hold on. I have to fix it over on this end. Why is it not displaying the full amount? That looks weird. Anyway, full screen and it should be fine. Yes. Okay. So without further ado, let's watch the complete story of Destiny from Origins to the final shape, Light and Dark Saga, lore, and timeline. Sorry, I had to check some audio stuff.
Greetings everyone, my name is Bife here. I've covered Destiny's lore for just over 7 years.
It's the
now,
lore daddy,
and
look at him
ahead
go.
At the end of Destiny's first saga, I'm taking this chance to give you all a look into the complete story of Destiny so far. But if I can take just a moment or two of your time, there are some things we should really talk about before we start this video. Firstly, I wanted to let you know that this video is the longest that I've ever made, and if you're watching this after the premiere, you will see that it is well over 9 hours long. There are 2 intermissions for you in this video.
Thank goodness.
So be sure to use them. Get up, stretch, hydrate, and do all those other things that you might need to do in the break. Take your time. If you want to watch this in parts, I'm certainly not offended. In fact, I built the video with you guys in mind as well. There are chapters that you can go to and navigate to, and of course,
or just
if you
pause
want
the
to come
video.
back at any
It's
particular
true,
point
but
in time,
usually
you can watch this all in bite size.
Usually, what is it? YouTube keeps track, or sometimes if you lose track of the video, the timeline does. Like all the extra little, the timestamps do help.
Chunks. If you want to skip to a specific part of the story, it's there for that too. I also want to be frank with you guys about something. Making these larger projects.
I wonder who made
not
this
cheap,
asset.
and I make sure
should make a
to
10-hour
invest in
Ebros
larger
episode.
projects
What would you
because,
even
well,
talk
the
about?
quality will end up speaking for itself. It's not an insurmountable barrier, but it does mean that every big project is a very big decision to make. Oftentimes, it's a very scary decision to make because of the risk involved. And that's why we went looking for a sponsor who would help us cover the costs and justify the creation of this video. They gave me complete creative control over how to talk about them, so before we even mention who they are, I just want to go ahead and shoot straight with you all and tell you that this video was actually possible thanks to their funding. So with that in mind, hopefully that makes you a lot more pleased to hear that this video was sponsored by Geology.
Sponsor me, Sweets.
Go ahead and talk about for
Give me money.
Geology's mission is to make great skincare easier. The important problem
Sponsor
that they
me.
identified is that for most
I'm
of
gonna
us dudes,
skip
the whole process
Biff
of skincare
sponsorship
is
since
way
I don't get money
overcomplicated
for
and
it.
pretty opaque. There's too many things to keep track of, and a lot of it varies
How
according to
long
each
is it?
individual dance you product and use and all of them just overcomplicated.
I'm too poor, Biff.
Thank you.
I'm too
With the
poor.
help of a few key that help to really show the story locations as we move through the world of Destiny. I was so happy to work with him because, much like me, he absolutely
Gamma
adores
Traps
this
art?
universe, and he's a huge fan of the small details, which you'll see in all of his work. If you want to support him, his work is fantastic.
You don't need a
You
sponsor,
can
you're
find a
already
link
rich.
to his
I have no
Patreon
money.
and his socials down below in the description.
Ah,
If
as
you want to commission him
oh
or
yeah,
buy
yeah,
his
yeah, yeah.
art,
Their
I know
artwork's
that he'd very much
good.
appreciate that too.
Landlord?
You
I
can
have no
find
landlord
some of
money.
the art from this project being sold by Aslar right now if you check those links. Shrike, aka Martin, is the editor on this project and the editor on my videos generally, and he has helped tirelessly to add context and visuals to each part of the video. Whilst this was a split effort, without him I would never have been able to take on a project of this scale, so a huge thank you goes out to Martin as well. I also got in touch with a few other artists from some of my old projects.
Amateur?
You see, there are some bits in Destiny's lore that just don't get portrayed in-game a lot. And so,
There's
we
a lot.
lifted some stuff from old projects with their permission. This
Banker
includes
said bitching
Metalworks
and she
818,
should have
aka
been.
Ben. Ben was
100%.
kind enough to allow us to use the art that we had used for Dynasty, the complete story of Savathun and the Witch Queen and the Hive. And that was something which allowed us to fill in those random
That's
sections of the
that's
video.
good. That's
With
good
that
shit.
in mind, the Dynasty animation team, aka Reed, Drexus, and the Judd sub, were also kind enough to allow those animations from Dynasty to be reused. Duba Plays also gets a shout out here because to this day they have some of the best Vault of Glass B-roll ever taken, and I was allowed to use it thanks to them. Some supplemental footage was also taken from the Destiny Lore Vault, where my own archives were lacking, theirs were not. Their dedication to
Dude, the
preserving
Destiny Lore Vault is
Destiny's lore and
crazy.
story is utterly remarkable, and it's a great thing to have in a live service game where a lot of this stuff is going to eventually cease to be, unless Bungie eventually restores it. If, like me, you're a big lore junkie, they are a fantastic resource. In this project, you might also from time to time hear some fantastic music, but not all of it is the Destiny OST. That fantastic music that is not by Bungie's own talented artists is the work of James Thistleton, who created the alternative rendition of Deepstone Lullaby that plays at the intro and outro, as well as the Shattered Suns soundtrack for Rolk's part in this story. All the respective links to anyone who contributed to the video in any manner are found down below in the description.
Once you guys hear Dips on
The
Lullaby,
last
you're
of
gonna
the
love
great
it.
team who helped me to grab some of the missing footage I had from the Deepstone Crypt and from Rolk. You guys were all awesome, very patient, and you let us get critical parts of the video done. For that matter, if at any point during this video's creation you were responsible for supporting and helping me out on anything, thank you. My heart goes out to you as well. And lastly, to all of you, the viewers back at home, thank you for just sitting and watching. Normally, at the end of my videos, I tend to say that your viewership is quite enough for me. And that's my way of telling you that I get that some people just want to turn up, watch the video, listen to the audio, and then call it a day. You're doing a lot of stuff, your life is hard as is, and you
Usually
just
what I
want
do.
entertainment without fuss. And I respect that, because yeah, life's rough. However, this is the one time I'm going to make an exception, and to ask you if you are one of those people who has appreciated my content quietly for years, to just go ahead and hit the like button. If you are one of the veterans to my channel, if you just come from the updated
Hit that
video,
like
or
button.
you're completely new to Destiny's story, regardless of who you are, that like greatly helps me. And I know it's the same shtick you'll hear from every single YouTuber, but it does work, and I think that the amount of effort we've put into this video speaks for itself. If there is a video worthy of your like today, I hope it is this one. But, with all that said, you have all been patiently waiting long enough. It's time I sat down and started to tell you all a tale.
Let's
From the mysterious
go.
origins before time, to the potential end of everything and the dawning of the final shape. My name is Bife, and this is the complete story of Destiny, the Light and Dark Saga.
It's been a crazy 10 years. I'm pretty excited for it. I'm excited to see how it all ends. I have to see it through. I have no choice. I've been here for 9. Oh, Deep Stone Lullaby. Complete story of Destiny's Light and Dark Saga. Deep Stone Lullaby really just hits different out of the entire soundtrack of Destiny. The first knife.
The beginning is, of course, where we should begin. But what truly happened at the beginning of our story is the subject of much debate. Legends and myths of old tell us of how there was a place before time and the universe, known as the Garden. Within this garden there stood a tree of silver wings, and vast meadows of potential and metaphor. Within the grove there were 2 figures. First, there was a gardener, who during the long days would seed life in rapturous celebration.
Let's go, Team Gardener!
Throughout the garden, this life would grow and bloom into many wild forms, until at the fall of dusk, the winnower came, and with a scything blade cut away the chaff from the wheat. The gardener and the winnower are rumored to have existed in this cycle for untold eons, until the gardener grew dissatisfied with it, believing it to have grown repetitive and unremarkable. Across this game of existence that the gardener and the winnower played, a single
watching all 10
repetitive
hours?
pattern
We'll
always
do...
emerged. It was
I think
always the
I
winning
timed it to
play,
where we're gonna do
the
half
final
today,
shape that
and the
defined
next half
form of
tomorrow.
victory. The gardener insisted that there should be a new rule that allowed for new complexity to also find success. The winnower disagreed, stating that from this idea, unnecessary suffering would be born. From this disagreement, conflict brewed between the gardener and the winnower. Their conflict brought about the creation of the universe, and the garden fell into ruin.
You're just stealing content now.
Gardener and
No,
winnower
Vife
fought and
said we
brought
could
down
stream
the Tree of
this.
Silver Wings
I waited,
and left it stuck
like he
to
requested,
smoke amid
to
the meadows.
stream it
If rumors are
after,
to be
I believe he
believed,
said
this
2
conflict
to
also
3 days
brought
after it
about
was
the
released,
escape
and
of
it's like
primal
day 4
patterns
since it's
that
been released.
survived and took root in our universe with an aim of survival at all costs. These were known as the Vex, and though you might know them by their brass frames, they are actually the tiniest of molecular life, built into a connected consensus, radiolarian structures creating grand designs. This story of the gardener and winnower and their conflict was
You're just a
told
react
to us
streamer
through
now,
some of
as
our first
all
interactions
streamers end
with
up
the Black
being.
Fleet. The great
Well, the
pyramid
final
vessels
shape
of our most
for a
ancient
streamer
army.
is just being a
It
react
gives
streamer.
us some of our only potential ideas about what occurred at the start of the universe. Whether this story is true or not is still debated to this day. But what is not debated is that the primal forces that the gardener and winnower supposedly aligned with are very real. The gardener seemingly was aligned with the light, a power associated
You're
with
just
the physical
XQC?
universe,
Hell no, don't
creation
compare
and
me to
chaos,
him.
matter,
What the hell?
gravity, energy. The
I'm
winnower
not
seemed
French.
to be aligned with the darkness, which is associated with control and the domain of the mind, one's will, dreams, and nightmares. These powers of the light and the dark are known to supersede the typical laws
You're just
of
watching
the
quietly
universe,
like him? What do you
bending
want me to
and
say?
breaking
This is
those
legit
laws of physics
a
and
watch
matter
along.
on the whims of those that use these powers of light and dark.
Again, we
Or
got
sidestep
Vive
causality.
has
For
given
these
permission.
reasons, individuals who wield
Explicitly
the light and
different
dark
from the
are
XQC who
referred
just
to as
watches.
paracausal or acausal.
Comment on
We may
it.
not know
Ask
whether the
questions.
light and dark truly
This is
originated
all
with
just
the
a watch
mythical
along for the
gardener
lore.
and winnower, but we do know that these powers are found in the universe.
What do you want me to say? You want me to be like him? Just be like, oh my god.
Incomprehensible
No.
things,
Fool.
entities of a sort. They are the Traveler, which is a source of the light.
That's our buddy.
Veil,
Big ball.
which is a source of the darkness. When
The
these
fleshlight.
two great
He's better.
constructs were created
Silence.
is unclear.
Silence,
Our story
demon.
truly begins with their discovery by an ancient and unnamed people long ago. For the purposes of our story, I shall simply call them the Precursors.
These are the number ones haters in all of the
The
universe.
Precursors were once nomads who would wander across
number
the
one
known
haters.
worlds to survive. That was until the day they discovered something buried in the wastes of their world. They discovered the Traveler.
I want to join them.
It
Yeah, I
blessed
think you're
this
already part of
precursor
them.
civilization with the bounty that it would provide to thousands of others before eventually reaching humanity. The nomadic precursors advanced their technology and society under the silent
Horrible.
benevolence of the Traveler. But whilst it doted on them with many gifts, its silence meant that the precursors were left with little in the way of guidance. They had been given abundance, but
I
no
love the
meaning or
Traveler.
direction. Their search for meaning defined their entire society. All
Traveler
of them
go
were seeking to
brr.
understand how to bring about a perfect universe. Many factions would search for this simple idea and how it might be accomplished. They called it the final shape. After much time, the scholars of the Precursor people discovered that the Traveler shared a connection to another great structure out in the deepest reaches of space. This was the Veil, and they rushed to claim it
A flashlight?
after they were made aware of its existence.
The space Doritos.
Realizing that whilst the Traveler presented the powers of the light, the Veil presented the powers of something very different.
Let's go darkness.
To the Precursor people, this discovery was meant to change everything for the better. They knew much about the light of the Traveler. They knew of the bounty it could bring. They
This is
also
your
knew
homework
that
for the
light
day.
bred chaos and
Forget about
destruction
school,
when
this is your homework.
untamed and unchecked.
There'll be a test at the end of
Through
the
the
stream.
Veil, they learned the power of darkness, and saw that through its ability to control, the merging of the two might create a degree of autonomy
Yeah,
over the
exactly.
universe
We're gonna have
that had never
scantrons and
before
everything.
been conceived of. They aspired in that moment to control the chaos of the Traveler's light by strengthening its connection.
Write
to the
that down
Veil,
right now. This will be on the
merging
test,
two.
everyone.
If only they had succeeded, they might at last
And
have
then-
forged the final shape.
and then
that
I'll
they had
just
conceived
skip.
of so long ago.
I'll just start skipping sections.
When they attempted
Oh, we're
to
running out of
forge
time.
this
Oh,
connection,
this the PowerPoint will be available online. Just check later.
abandoned the Precursor people. What happened next must have been the most calamitous time within the Precursor society.
And then everything is just not on the
Terror and
test.
Uncertainty must have spread through their minds. There must have been bitterness. There must have been hatred. But no matter what they felt, what happened next would bring the ruin that they had experienced to untold trillions across the stars. The
Number one
Precursor
haters.
people, having been abandoned by the light, turned to the powers of darkness for salvation. Understand that the light is not inherently good and the darkness is not inherently evil, but the Precursors were fueled by hatred, and their desperation spoke for itself.
Number one haters, I'm
Recovered
telling you.
records indicate that a group amongst them, known as the Penitent, struck down all others who dissented against their ways. They believed that they were meant to fix the universe and create the final shape, regardless of whether the universe consented or not.
Let's go.
They
Final
used
shape,
the
baby.
powers within darkness to merge
We're
their
gonna die.
consciousnesses together into a compound being of immense power. Their assimilation spelled an end to the Precursor civilization and gave rise to a wretched thing, born of a bottomless hatred of the Traveler. This entity would be known by 1,000 names over 1,000 worlds, all of them burned to nothingness over the course of its existence. We would one day come to know it as the Witness.
Really, his name
And
is
so it
Megamind.
set out into the stars to
Never
pursue the
forget his
Traveler.
dumbass head.
With it, the Witness took the vessels of the civilization that had brought about its creation, an armada of obsidian black pyramid vessels, which represented destruction untold. Along with this black fleet, the Witness brought the Veil, pursuing the Traveler with the same intent as its Precursor creators. The Witness would see the combination of light and darkness, and with it,
I'm telling you,
world
this
without
dude is the
change,
number one hater
world
for the
without
Traveler.
chaos would be brought
He's
about.
actually crazy.
An immutable, perfected, final shape. to the universe. And this time, unlike the precursors, the witness would not seek the final shape out of a need for perfection alone. It would seek it out of a desire to subjugate the traveler and all those that might oppose its will. But if it was to succeed, the witness would need to gather adherents to its cause.
He does look cool though. I do like his design. I like how all the heads come out of his head.
That is what led to
Big
the
ass
rise
forehead
of the
though.
first disciple. And they would not call him a conqueror or a mere tyrant. He was worse. He would be known as the Subjugator.
Dude, oh my god, Rolk is also fucking cool. Is he next? Is his section next? Please. He's cool as hell. Yeah, let's go, Rolk! He's so cool. Rolk has the coolest design in Destiny. Lubre's Ruin.
After the Traveler had left the Precursor people to their fate, it enacted a pattern that it would follow for eons to come. It would move onward and find another civilization to uplift. This cycle has been repeated countless times, and as best we know it in the Traveler's wake, the Witness has always followed, meaning that wherever the Traveler has found itself, eventually calamity and ruin would follow. Over the course of its journey, the Traveler would arrive at a world orbiting a binary star called Lubre. It had blessed the Lubrean people with the bounty of the light, and they would also grow and rise in much the same way as the Precursor civilization had. The Lubrean civilization would be split in two by this action. There were those who lived beneath the Traveler, forming a harsh regime that would rule the planet. This regime would send out its killers that hunted traditional tribal peoples and suppressed them. Those that lived free of this regime had to contend with the two harsh sons of Lubre and with the terrifying fauna that called the planet home. By the time the Traveler had left the Lubreans, the division in their society had become a wound that would never heal. A scar.
There's some leaks in I haven't looked into any of it because the final shape apparently got all of it got leaked a couple days ago. But apparently some of like the hints, some of the recent DLC hints we've been getting in the last season or two have they're pointing to the fact that we might go to this planet in the future, which interesting. I thought it got completely wiped out and destroyed, but I mean, I'm down because a binary star planet would be pretty fucking cool to visit.
Upon their people that governed their entire way of life, be they of the regime or of the tribes. Savagery ruled this world, a savagery that would be its undoing, for it was into this world and these savage peoples that Rolk was born.
Let's go! Number one Rolk
Born
stan!
into the tribal nomadic society.
Please show him.
Rolk's parents had come from the regime's city. As Rolk grew up, he saw how the regime's sanctioned killers, known as stalkers, hunted those from the tribal peoples and seemingly spared none in their quest for blood. There was only one who was bloodier than the stalkers, though, and that was his father, Relic. Born of the regime's savagery, Relic would return the stalkers' malice to them, and defended his newfound people by bathing in the stalkers' own bloody viscera as he tore them in two. But Relic's family did not approve of such savagery, and eventually they would be his moderating influence, and he would be drawn away from such acts of gratuitous violence by the family that he had chosen. But for his son, Rolk, these actions were not the mark of a villain. They were simply what was necessary to survive.
True though.
With his father's
Lubre was
example
crazy.
driving him, Rolk developed a sadistic streak and followed his father's footsteps into violence. By the time he had killed his first stalker, Rolk would see his father being carried away by a raiding band of the regime's killers. And in his father's name, he swore vengeance. He hunted the stalkers through the darkened wastes of his homeworld, seeking vengeance for his father Relic. He took a glaive from one of the stalkers and called it Relic Sword. It was his objective. He would defend his father, just like his father would have defended him. But by the time Rourke discovered what had truly happened, his realization would change the name of his glaive, for his father's betrayal was
It's kind of
written
funny
upon
how the game set up the glaives as this new cool weapon you could get, and it was super important, and it was like supposed to be like a game changer for the entire setting. Like, oh my god, it gives you so much power and channels the darkness and yada yada yada. And the glaives kind of suck. They're not really viable in an FPS game, it's obviously. But in the lore, it's like, oh yeah, the glaives are pretty cool. Everyone's got a glaive that's important. It's like, oh okay. And they just kind of suck when you're actually using them. I think there's only one good one.
he wore. He now wore the colors of the regime and the stalkers. Rourke was carried away by the stalkers to the regime's city. He would have died there, but his father spoke on his behalf and told the regime authorities that Rourke would enroll in the stalkers, for he was a mighty killer. And Rourke would do so, because at least amongst the ranks of these killers, there was a degree of honesty, despite his years of battling against them.
XQC stream,
The
get
regime may
this
have been
guy.
harsh, but
Get
nobody
this
lied
guy
about who they
tied
were,
down, strap
unlike his
his
father.
eyelids open, and
thus,
have
the
him
glaive that he had
ingest
stolen
all
from
the lore.
Stalker had its name changed from Relic Sword
Get this
to
guy
Relic's
out of
Bane.
here.
Most importantly for Rourke, he was able to freely
This
enjoy
is good
the
for you. This is
bloodlust
good
that his
free
father
entertainment.
had sated.
Would you have
long
known this
ago.
existed without me?
One day,
No.
his father left the city to search for the family that he had left behind. Relic intended to smuggle them into the city proper so that they might finally live in peace. But in order to reach the city, they would need to cross an abyss over a narrow bridge. A scar across all of
yeah.
Gray,
I remember
much
this.
like their society had been cleft in two. On the other side of this narrow bridge, through the
You don't even know about a
checkpoint that
gaming
they
without me?
needed to
I made you?
pass,
Negative. You did
Rourke
not
was standing,
introduce me to any
and
games.
he intended to end
Nothing.
his father. But curiously
You're
enough,
wrong.
Rourke was
Incorrect.
momentarily swayed from violence. His mother and father apologized.
I made
They
you into a
apologized
gamer.
for Rourke's exile
But
when
you
he
failed
followed
in your
his father's
lessons.
violence, for the poor example his father had set long ago, for the inaction he had taken, for not telling him more, for not telling him how the regime's actions could be seen as cruel, and why he had chosen to save his family now. For but a moment, it seemed as though Rourke's family might find peace at last. Perhaps if things had proceeded differently, Rourke might have also found peace and reconciliation alongside his family, and they might have lived out the days that they
Can you
had
show
left
me
in the
Rolf,
city
please?
in
I
some
want to
measure
see
of
him.
harmony.
He's so big.
But for one reason or another, Rourke fell into the abyss. Did he fall of his own accord? Was he pushed? Did he trip? Was something else there to pull him down? The circumstances are not clear, but what is clear is this. When Rourke looked up at the faces of the family that he was slowly falling away from, he did not see sorrow or heartbreak or pain as he fell. In their faces he realized something else was written. They were relieved. This was the betrayal that would define Rourke. It showed him the truth of the universe. It showed him that there was no place for weakness or the petty lies that held society together like his. Deep in the abyss, he would at last discover truth. How long
Darkness.
Rourke fell for isn't known, but when he did finally land in this dismal swamp at the base of the abyss, he was not alone. There were myriad creatures moving to consume his very body, broken as it was. But it was here as well that Rourke beheld something else. For the first time, he laid eyes upon the witness.
Megamind,
It
baby!
saw Rourke for what he
This
was,
is so weird.
a thing of hatred,
Such a freak.
ready to bring ruin to those liars
I can't wait
above.
to kill him.
The witness mended his body and his broken glaive. It empowered Rolk with terrible darkness, and with an ability known only as the Witness's Luster, something we still do not understand fully to this day. When Rolk asked what he was meant to do,
Rolk kicks
the
really
only
good.
word the Witness uttered was ruin. With his newfound
There he
power
is! He's so cool.
and with a purpose granted to him in vengeance,
God damn, he's so cool.
Rolk climbed
I
the
love this
endless
guy.
ravine of the abyss, clawing his way up out of darkness.
It sucks he's dead.
Until he beheld the surface once more. A confused sun had fallen into the pit, but what had crawled out was no sun at all. It was a monster, a new being of hate. Rolk returned to the city of Lubre and enacted his final judgment of his people. He first slew his parents, then the rest of his family. The city
It
watched
happens,
on in
you
horror
know.
and saw
Be
Rolk
like
for
that.
what he was. But in his hands,
Patricide?
Rolk held a power greater
Average-
than even
average
the
day.
slaughter that he had enacted. He held the Witness's Luster, and in the other hand his glaive. Rolk siphoned the energy from Lubre's own sapphiric sun and channeled it into the Witness's gifts and his own glaive. He struck at the surface of his planet. The weapon had been twice renamed because of his father. And
Ooh,
had
that's the
been
one. That's the
renamed
one
once
that's
more
really
in
good.
accordance with its
I
new
believe.
purpose, a purpose displayed with but
Everything
a
else just kinda
singular
sucks.
strike.
But even then,
Known
the amount of
as
effort it
Lubre's
takes
ruin.
to get this,
And beneath Rolk's blade,
there's almost
with
no
the
point.
power of the Witness, the planet cracked. Rolk destroyed his entire planet and shattered the suns of Lubre. Seeing the chaos that he had wrought,
Woo, look at
for
him
a
go.
moment Rolk was overwhelmed. Seeing the devastation,
It's hot.
he fell into the ever-expanding abyss that had consumed his world, and he lost consciousness once more. And when he awoke, there was no Lubre, no regime, no city. Only he remained, the last known survivor of his entire species.
Ew,
beheld the
boo,
Witness once
boo,
more
witness.
And saw the totality of
Get
all
him
that had
outta
happened
here.
across
Kill
his life.
him.
He begged and pleaded and wept and regretted. The lesson the Witness would show him, the lesson it was attempting to teach, was that these feelings were of no consequence, that all the life on Lubre was of no consequence, that they were of no consequence because they did not serve its goals, the Witness's eternal purpose, the formation of finality, the end of the universe. In this context, no one that Rolk had killed had mattered. Only Rolk mattered.
True.
Rolk had long believed that his civilization was but lies, and so the lies of his civilization melted away. As he stood and foresaw his new place in the universe, Rolk was asked by the Witness what he felt. And to this, as he took his glaive in one hand and the Witness's luster in the other, Rolk said, relief. It was here that he became the first disciple of the Witness.
The best
first of its
disciple. Too
messengers
bad
of
he's dead.
doom that would faithfully
killed
destroy
him.
its foes.
I hope.
Though not all would serve.
I don't want
for
him
the
to come
same
back, but I
reasons,
hope he comes back at the same
all
time.
would serve. Not as kings, not as gods, but as disciples, prophets, saviors serving existence. Whilst the many disciples of the Witness would conduct many terrible campaigns of war and terror, Rolk would be the first, and by most accounts the most powerful. And
Hell
from
yeah.
his actions would spawn a legacy of bloodshed that would make the stars themselves
That's my guy.
tremble.
He's the GOAT.
A legacy that would begin with Lubre's destruction, and whose heights would be found upon a distant gaseous world, an ancient place with a roiling ocean beneath a depth of cloud, a world known as Fundament.
Where everything goes wrong. Even more. That's my boy. Look at him. Fundament time. Life is
With
really
his
going through
newfound
the major
purpose,
events pretty quick.
Rolk would slaughter
It's pretty
countless
good.
civilizations in the
Because
name
I
of
would
the
say this
witness,
early stuff is
in
kind
the
of
name
hard
of its
to
great final purpose.
keep track of.
The greatest conquest of the first disciple and his dark master
God damn,
would
he's so
take
cool.
place on a distant gas giant called Fundament, a world with 52 moons, and whose gravity was so great that smaller planetoids had been pulled in by its gravity and collided with its surface, collapsing into its oceans and becoming great continents on its surface. It was on this world that the Witness and its first disciple would feverishly go about the busy work of sowing devastation once more. The Traveler had settled above Fundament, amongst its moons, and was uplifting a civilization there known as the Ammonite. The Witness foresaw
Fundament
that soon
is
it would move
one
to
of the more
uplift another
interesting
species
concepts
on the world
Destiny has
below,
provided.
on Fundament itself. They were the Krill. All the while, there were even greater forms
It's a
of
lot
life
more
here. Leviathan creatures that dwelled within the oceans.
more realistic in its
These
sci-fi
Leviathans
stuff.
were the first of the Witness's targets. It came to them and offered them powers nestled within darkness. In those powers lay a truth and purpose so terrible that it would haunt the very shape of existence with its promises of death. The Witness offered them the logic of the sword, the truth that nothing has ever lived that will not one day die, and the attached premise that those who are strong enough to exist will go on existing by the right of the sword alone. But this was not mere philosophy.
The sword logic is a lot of it's very Darwinian. Is the better way to describe what it is. Like, it's survival of the fittest, but it's more like aggressive, because it's where Darwin is like, oh, if you're strong then you'll survive, and you were meant to survive. Where the sword logic, they really just go, if you can kill them, that means you're stronger. And it's like, so you should kill everything in front of you to prove you're the strongest. Because if you don't prove that you're the strongest person, then you're actually the weakest person. It's really crazy. But it goes in hand with the final shape.
To real power. Curses and magics wreathed in the darkness itself would be derived from the sword logic. In time, the Leviathans would be twisted into new forms if they followed this dark power. But even before those that consumed of these magics turned into the great ravenous worms that we would know of now, their people had been cleft in two, and a war was soon to break out. The war between the Leviathans and the traitors that would one day become the worms was brutal and vicious. Fundament's oceans roiled with blood, as father and mother fought brother and sister, fought son and daughter. It was a roiling carnage that engulfed an entire people and left few survivors. One was a great creature known as Asa. She managed to escape her people's fate by sinking into an ascendant dream. Seemingly, this means that she used the ascendant plane to escape, a parallel reality to our own that mirrors it in a darker, more changeable form to those that have strong will. She would fall through ascendant dreams until she returned to the physical universe.
Apparently he didn't explain the Ascendant Realm all that much. So the Ascendant Realm, he does it in a separate video, and I'm assuming he's just skipping over some stuff because he's assuming we have that knowledge already. But the Ascendant Plane is basically like, I believe he compared it to the side of a coin, where if you have a coin flat, the side we're on is the normal realm, and it's the same, right? But if you go on the opposite side of the coin, it's flipped and reversed. So that's the ascendant plane. It's our world, but it's flipped. Not like Australia, not like that weird place, but like actually
And landed in the
weird
oceans
and
of a distant
twisted.
system called Sol. She would carry with her the knowledge of who the Witness had been, what it had become, and what it intended for the universe. Her eyes were wide and her gaze was long. She would spy the war across the stars, and would understand the shape of fate and how it needed to progress if we were to stop the oncoming calamity. But the battle back on Fundament continued to rage. When the worms were at an end, there were but a handful that remained. A mother known as Zeta, and her 5 offspring, Yul, Zol, Ur, Aya, and Aka. They had embraced the way of the sword logic as was described by the witness, and they were imprisoned in the deep. There, a Leviathan watched over them as it had them held in Fundament's crushing core. It isn't clear if this creature who imprisoned them was of the same species as Asa and what the worms had once been. It might well have been, and if so, it might well have been the last of the survivors of that great war, the last who rejected the witness's offer. We simply do not know, but what we do know is that its power was great enough that it could dominate the remaining worms. It spanned the supposed size of continents, and was known to all others simply as the Leviathan. With the worms' numbers diminished, Rulk and the witness would enact the next stage of their plan: subjugation. Rulk would dive into the deep and enlist the worms in servitude to the witness's plan. He effortlessly conquered the Leviathan, which addressed him and demanded that he stop. Rulk responded by removing one of its ribs in a display of dominance. Descending into the deep, he spoke to Zeta, the mother of the worms, and offered her a dark pact. The witness had need of her power and of her children's power. It would offer her children sustenance and survival in exchange for loyalty. Having few other options, and seeing the scope of Rulk's power, it was clear that this was no bargain. It was a demand. And so Zeta accepted. Thus, as he took their mother to the surface as both a source of power and a captive, the newly anointed children of Zeta, the so-called worm gods, named him the Subjugator. Rulk took portions of the worms that would form into their larvae, the small worms that we now know from killing so many hive, and with them, he enacted the greatest of the witness's plans. He left one larvae in Fundament's oceans, ensuring that it would wash up and be found by a leader of one of the Krill nations, the next people that the traveler was meant to uplift. The leader who discovered the worm larvae was the king of the Osmium dynasty, and this dead worm larvae would quickly become his familiar, for it would whisper the witness's terrible lies to him, lies of an oncoming horrific calamity. The old Osmium king would grow obsessed with this doom, which would supposedly come in the form of a great god wave that would wipe away all things. He neglected all other things in pursuit of this truth, even neglecting his 3 children, whose now dead names, Orash, Sathona, and Shiro, would be spoken only in Apocrypha, but whose true ascendant names would one day go on to bring terror to the universe. Only the eldest sibling,
those are all
had his attention.
We fight majority of them in the game.
Studying the stars for proof of the approaching doom.
Once they become hive.
The witness's plans for these siblings was thus:
Savathun,
would acquire her father's larvae upon her father's death. It would whisper to her of the same cataclysm written in the stars, and would tell her that to find salvation for her people, she would need to descend into the deep. These were the whispers told by the lying worm to Sathona. A simple lie, but one that would reshape the history of her people forever. All came to pass as the witness planned, and in time the siblings dove down into the deep.
The worm gods are so cool. Like, so much of Destiny just looks really cool.
The deepest part of Fundament's core, and made a pact with the worm gods, Sita's 5 children. If the krill would consume their larvae, the worms would provide them with power and immortality. immortality that they had long sought, an escape to their short lives, and the power to claim their revenge. In exchange, the siblings and any who consumed the larvae of the worms would provide an eternal blood tithe and forever venerate the worm, their god. The Krill would forever have to commit acts.
The fun I once saw a meme of how the sword logic works amongst the hive, where one hive, because they have to feed their worm, and in order to feed their worm, they have to perform an act relating to what that worm is. So there's one that's like about killing, about trickery, and about like navigation and being badass or whatever. And so there was a meme that I saw once where it was like the hive are a multi-level marketing scheme, because the three gods, the three hive gods, they're not actively participating in a lot of events because they're like navigating their own stuff. But everything, all the underlings that are like, oh, I killed 10,000 humans, I'm tithing you the 10,000 humans I killed to satisfy you, my worm god. Meanwhile, they have to have underlings under them to kill on their behalf, to tithe to them, to tithe more. It's kind of funny. It's so dumb.
Of violence and devastation by following their nature. If they failed to do so, their worms would consume them, and they would perish. The bargain was accepted, and thus Urash, Sathona, and Shiro ceased to be. Thus Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivo Arath were born. Together, these three siblings would stand with the power of Zeta's 5 worm god children. They would be claimed by the Witness's powers before the Traveler had a chance to uplift them. Thus, the Traveler's plans were subverted. Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivo Arath would go on to unite the Krill peoples, now believing in the sword logic of the worms and in the promise of their own power. After cleansing the surface of Fundament, they would go on to scour its moons, destroying the Ammonite and butchering the Leviathan, all in the name of their newfound gods. A change came upon them as a people, and they would no longer be known as the Krill. As their new purpose of being the great winnowing blade was made clear,
that's really good art.
They would become known forevermore as the Hive. These would be some of the most fanatical servants of the sword logic. They would spread out across the universe, and beneath their blades,
too cool, man.
the Witness would see yet more worlds burn in pursuit of the Traveler. Though they would not necessarily know the Witness to be their true master, the Hive would serve their purposes nonetheless. Tools, puppets created by Rulk. But the Hive are a tale unto themselves. In their long and storied history, kings and queens and princes would rise and fall. Power would be gained, lost and forsaken. But always at the heart of all their machinations there would be a link to each of the three new Hive gods.
It seems like he's skipping the Hive god.
Ulrix, the navigator and king of shapes.
Kinda good.
Savathun,
there's too much with them.
Lies and deception. And Zivo Arath, the Hive god of war. They would leave Fundament behind and look for new killing fields and killing logics.
Oh no, he is going deep into the Hive. Okay.
The tale of the Hive is one filled with lies, built upon a lie told long ago by the Witness.
I didn't think he would.
Now Savathun, the witch.
Maybe that's why this thing's 10 hours. The Hive has so much backstory.
We have but a single perspective to judge the millions of years worth of Hive history by. The perspective of Ulrix, who would one day become Oryx, the Taken King.
Let's go. He's dead.
His version of events of the Hive's history, and we have seen it in a series of calcified fragments. We would one day know the knowledge contained in these fragments by a different name. The Books of Sorrow. These books may not be completely trustworthy, Especially because they say nothing of Rourke, the witness, or the great lie that turned Sathona's mind to the deep and brought the young Krill siblings to the worm gods of Fundament. But they are our best and only record of the Hive's history, the history that is theirs to tell, as they were so often the victors. Hundreds of civilizations were snuffed out by the advancing armadas, the swarms of the Hive. Through their slaughter and through the sword logic, Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivua Wrath would create throne worlds. Cysts in reality, pocket dimensions that defied the laws of the universe, nestled within the Ascendant Plane. Upon their deaths, the newly ascended Hive gods would be reborn in these throne worlds.
Is he gonna explain the throne worlds? Is he? I feel like he is. Well, hold on, let me see.
And only within these throne worlds could they ever truly be killed. Thus, even in the face of fierce resistance, the three ruling siblings of the Hive and all those that would follow as ascendants thereafter would hold enough power to be nearly unassailable.
I guess he didn't. He's not explaining the throne world. So the throne world exists within the what is it? The Ascendant realm. And it's essentially you're super strong.
Outside the vault of glass.
Essentially you're super strong. You can you have the amount of strength
If they are tapping into the darkness's
you have will
enhance their predictive capabilities.
gives you extra powers in the Ascendant plane, basically. And in this, in most cases, it's just you can come back from dying in the physical realm and regain your composure and life in the Ascendant realm, so long as you don't die in the Ascendant realm. If someone or something happens to kill you in that plane of existence, you're dead for good, because your body has nothing to come back to.
And for a time, they looked invincible. That was until they faced the Ecumene, a starfaring empire made seemingly of a conglomeration of many races, one that might have some form of dark power of their own, though this is hard to confirm, as it is only spoken of in whispers of lore recovered from one of the Black Pyramids. Thanks to the information obtained from the witness's own pyramid vessel, we do know that the Ecumene had built a unity of minds, a chorus constructed from the powers of darkness, but not one of evil, one of harmonious thought. Together, the Ecumene were more than the Hive had ever faced. They also had a helping hand, a Krill matriarch called Teox. She had been the original traitor who schemed to depose their father, the old Osmium king. She had been unable to kill those three siblings, and when they had been reborn into the Hive gods, she would flee the surface of Fundament, towards the Ammonite, and eventually, towards deep space. She would find her way out into the reaches of the void, and would be picked up by the Ecumene's forces. She gave them practically all the intelligence they would need to break the Hive's offensive. And break it the Ecumene did. Their great fleets pushed the Hive back time after time, and they targeted and overkilled.
I also made you hide, Johnny.
And Zivua Wrath.
What the fuck do you mean you made me? How did you make me? Go on, explain, Mr. Himbo Twunk Man. How did you make me? Explain. I love my lovely Spect. Oh, he's so sweet. He's so kind. Johnny, who do you think's gonna come hit on you today in stream? Bad bassist or Alondra? Or maybe Ekis. Maybe Ekis will come by. I was just trying to agree with Sweets. No, we don't need to agree with Sweets. He's delusional. Slime most likely. That's so true. That is so true. Well, I hope you're having a lovely night. Right now we're watching the what's this game? Blah blah. We're watching My Name is Bife's Destiny story recap. Since Tuesday I will be playing Final Shape, and since a lot of things are going to be out of context, I figured I should watch this. And also it gives me a refresher of shit that I've missed in the past year, since I haven't really played much Destiny this entire year.
Help yourself. We have a lead.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be nice and chill. Just nice little movie.
Battlefield. In time,
Life has
they
given
might
us
have been
permission.
successful and might have wiped one of the witness's useful tools from the surface of the universe. But this success would prove to be fleeting at best. Convening within Ulrix's
Destiny
throne
is
world,
binge, right?
the Hive Gods discussed how
Um,
to defeat the
what?
Ecumene. This discussion led to a simple
Bungie?
conclusion.
Yeah.
One should claim the power of the others. Thus, Ulrix killed Sivor Wrath and Savathun, claiming their power by the logic of the sword. He used this power to confront one of his own gods, Akka, the Worm of Secrets, whom
Arx
he
is built
killed in the
different.
name of knowledge. With this, Ulrix learned of the secret
Same
of
makers of Halo,
communing with
yes,
what he
correct.
termed to be the Deep.
This is the Halo
It is
guys'
presumed that
different
this led
universe.
to the first meeting between Ulrix and the Witness. Although in truth, it isn't clear who Ulrix spoke to. There is a difference discernible to those that read the Books of Sorrow, an inconsistency between the approach of the Witness and the approach of whatever being spoke to Ulrix in the darkness. What is known is that Ulrix emerged empowered. He had a command of powers beyond the comprehension of the Ecumene. Ulrix was no more. He had returned as Oryx, the Taken King, and he had learned the power to abduct.
That's him. That's the
beings
goat
through
right there.
portals into another
He's too
place,
cool.
where his enemies would be hollowed out by malicious forces and could be returned to the battlefield as thralls under Oryx's command. These were the first Taken, and though Oryx would be called the Taken King, there would be many who would come to wield them in time. The Witness, Rulk, Savathun, Zivor Wrath.
I really like
Seemingly
the
only
Taken's
requirement to wield the
visual
Taken
design.
was a strong
It's
enough will
super.
to
Look,
impose upon
it's
them.
super
For the
cool.
Taken
Look
are
at
but
that shit.
husks, free of meaning and purpose until one
The
is
black and
indwelled
blue
within them by a
design?
greater force. And thus, Oryx commanded them. He would unleash the Taken upon the Ecumene, and his campaign would conjure back his siblings by embodying their different penchants. Where he was one of slaughter and war, he would summon back Zivor Wrath, and in the Ecumene's last moments, where he tricked them into a fool's gambit, he would embody his sister Savathun. Thus, all three Hive Gods were returned, and with newfound powers, Oryx would go on to conquer more worlds, and would raise 4 wicked offspring. Crota the Light Eater,
Oryx
Urhalak
fucked.
the Unraveler,
Killed
Uruk
him.
the Weaver,
Killed him.
and Nokris, whose name would be struck from the world's grave,
Killed him.
and who would one day come to be known as a heretic.
History Channel
Through his
asked
children,
what's up.
Oryx would extend his own power.
It's
Through
true
his
though. Bib's
children
voice
would
is
come
very distinct
destruction
like that.
to him.
And then he's got
Thus they would be storied villains
I
unto
mean,
themselves.
it's like
Uranuk and
the fucking
Urhalak
History
were the
Channel meme
fabled
of just aliens is 100% just the Destiny universe, because it's like, yeah, aliens, aliens, and then every now and then space magic. No, there's no, there's nothing else to do about it. It's like, oh yeah, okay, so yeah, oh how did the big ball in the sky get here? Like, well, you see, aliens with space magic.
creators of the Oversoul and the Death Song, destructive tools within the Hive's arsenal that are still in use to this day. It was Oryx's sons, though, that would be the most storied, albeit not for the reasons one might define as productive. Nokris, who was weak of body but strong of mind,
Killed
sought
that
out
bitch.
hidden apocrypha that might grant him forgotten power. This led him to the worm gods, and in particular, Zol, who was weaker than his siblings and sought an alliance for the sake of his own survival. Zol promised Nokris a power that was forbidden to the Hive in exchange for loyalty, servitude, and his very heart. The power that Zol gifted Nokris was necromancy. One must understand, though death is the realm of the Hive, necromancy
Is Zol a gay
a
worm?
power that is beyond defense.
You are correct. You are actually correct. He is a gay worm.
You never mentioned you had
In it, hi slime.
And I know,
Welcome in.
but these are desperate times.
How are you doing? How are you doing?
have history here. What's your connection to it?
Currently, it's an inconvenience.
Currently,
My child
we
is
are.
lost in this
Hello, kid.
and our enemy.
Excuse you? What the fuck? I'm not your kitten. The fuck? You are Johnny's kitten, and Johnny is your top slash twunk. You are the twink. I am simply the producer slash observer slash human here. I'm edging. Ah. Okay. He's my kitten. Oh, sweet, you're still here. I thought you left. But yeah, Zol is a gay worm, and these are his gay worm babies. And he's my kitten too. What the fuck? What is with y'all? Why are you all that meme? Why are you all just making out with each other? Huh? That's what I want to know. Here in my chat, in front of my spaghetti, you're gonna do that? Oh, that's all you gotta say? Just hands up? Alright, buddy. Okay. Nah, I see how it is. Okay. Fuck, that's fucked up. They're everything I do for you. After all the things I've done, all the people we've robbed and murdered, and the financial institutions we committed tax fraud against. Okay. I see how it is. Flipped. Oh, hold. Where's my hold? IRS. IRS. That's me. That's whoa. Whoa. Hey, officer. Officer. Calm down. Put your hands up. Okay, you got me. Haha, you got me. Don't do anything drastic, sir. I'm just a man. I'm just a man. Oh, did I not put the gun? Did I not put the gun one? Oh, I didn't put the gun one. Damn it. Hands on the wall. Clap their cheeks real quick. No. No, you perv. No.
Offensive to them. Death to the
I'll
Hive
clap my
is a
cheeks for
sacred
Zol.
thing, indicative of one's place within the universe, of one's standing before the final perfect shape. Life is for the living.
Hi,
the
bed
strong,
basis. Oh
and
my god,
death
bed
is the
basis
fate
is
of
here.
all those that are not strong enough to continue
Spread them?
existing.
No, I'm not spreading no cheeks
To
for any
return
of you.
being to life
What
after
the
its
hell?
true and final
Bed
death
basis,
was
hello,
seen as a
welcome
great
in.
heresy. This was not the same as the return
How's your
of
night
Saladin
going?
or Zebo Arath, who fed upon the bounties of trickery and war that Oryx had conjured. This was not the return of any ascendant who had tricked death and become strong enough to defy the laws of causality and build their own throne world. This
No
was
booty
an
cheeks for you.
abomination. The weak had been
They're
given
mine.
a second chance. It was
I need to buy
unacceptable.
some new shorts.
For this
Speaking
crime,
of, I need to
Nokris
order
was
some.
vanished, and all memory of him would be stripped
I do
from
the
the
cheek
great
spreading around
archives
here.
of the Hive,
Uh-oh.
known as the world's grave. All record of him was destroyed, all trace of his story wiped clean. Only one
Isis is trying to
statue,
spread some
obstinate in its
sheets.
permanence, was left standing near the altar of Oryx.
Prove it? Huh?
But the trace of Oryx's second son, aside from this, would
Booty
all be
shorts?
gone.
Unironically?
But Nokris would live on past his banishment.
Unironically? Maybe. No, but there was some that I saw, and the inseams are really, what is it? Or not the inseam, the seam was like, what, 7 inches or some shit? Which on me will look pretty, a lot of my thigh would be exposed.
His chronicles
That's all
would
I'll
be
say about
told
that.
when we returned one day to Mars, but not before. Of Oryx's first son, though, there would still be many chronicles. One day, as Crota was attempting to learn alongside his two sisters, he would unwittingly be
Crota is a
tricked
bitch. I
by
fucking hate
Savathun
Crota. Send booty
and
short
would allow
pics
the
with feet
Vex to
included.
invade his
All
father's
right,
throne
buddy.
world.
What the
The
hell?
Vex mind, by the name of
Hey, you
Quoria,
couldn't just be
would
normal
arrive
and
to
just be
learn
like,
from
yeah, I
the
want
Vex,
booty shorts.
and quickly
I want
observing
booty
the
short
hive,
pics. You're just like, I want to see the
deduced
feet
that
too.
within Oryx's domain, it was the sword logic and veneration of it
You're
that made one
crazy.
truly
He's
powerful.
crazy.
Thus, it established a foothold in the heart of the hive's power by killing the hive themselves. It had established itself within Oryx's throne by Oryx's
It's Pride
own
Month,
laws.
can't judge.
But it was still
True.
a causal being, as all the Vex
It's also
are.
men's mental
When
health
Oryx returned to the
awareness
brunt of
month,
the
so
offensive, it was Crota who would bear
yeah,
the blame.
don't judge me.
He took Crota and flung him into the Vex gate network, saying, "Come home glorious,
Nobody
or
cares about
die
that. Oh.
forgotten." And to these
Damn.
words Crota would hold.
Well, it's
He would
Spectre
become a
month, so you
legendary
should care about
demon
Spectre
and
month.
would lead his brood to slaughter countless worlds in his father's name, dedicating secret temples to him and learning much of the brutality that his father would impose upon the world, venerating it in time. But Crota's actions had exposed the weakness in Oryx's own throne world. In response,
Spectre
Oryx
month is during
decided that the solution would be to
Pride month?
combine
Yeah.
his pocket dimension with a massive hive vessel in real space.
Fuck men.
Thus,
True.
Oryx took
Not
the
a
corpse of the worm god
coincidence.
Akka and
What
used
the
its
hell?
hide to create
Men's mental
the
health is
baleful
important.
armoring
That's true,
that would
Johnny.
encapsulate his
That's
throne
true.
world.
Sweets
But
just
Dreadnought,
is
the
misandrous.
massive vessel whose
Something you want to tell the
construction
stream?
was technically a paradox. When Oryx placed his
Slime
throne
is a
world
twink.
into the Dreadnought,
Johnny
it
is a
overlapped in sentient
quote-unquote
plane pocket
twink,
with real
himbo.
Space. This place should not exist. But the
Oh,
power
hi,
of Oryx
Johnny.
was so great.
It's bad
He
basis.
could indeed
I knew it.
create a
I'd called it,
paradox
Johnny.
that would be his great fortress. Oryx would then vengefully hunt down
Spectre
all
equals
those
gay.
that were
Spectre
afraid to him,
equals
and would eventually find the Vex mind that had invaded
horny,
his throne world.
a whore,
When
and
Quoria the Blade
a
Transform
slut.
fought Oryx, it stood no chance. He took it, and eventually would gift its taken remnants to Savathun. In this moment, Oryx should have been truly ascendant, for as he had invaded and found the Vex, it was amongst the fleet of the Harmony. The next who had been
Spectre, a
blessed
little
by
bit
the
of
Traveler's
this,
light.
a little bit of that.
It had lied
True.
to their worlds, and
Spectre's
now
gender
they stood
fluid?
within
No,
the
I'm not
orbit of
gender
a
fluid, but I
singularity.
am.
Except it had been
I
forced, and
just,
the worlds were
I'll
living
just
in a
take it. I'll take
flourishing
anybody.
light.
Spectre equals
The hive
hag?
had found
No!
these worlds,
I'm
and
not.
was soon
I'm
to
not that
tear them
old.
down,
I'm not that
root
old.
and stem. The hive had
I'm not that
become
old.
so powerful, Oryx in particular, that he would constrain
I'm 18.
the growth of all other things in the universe.
I'm only 18, I swear.
Including Savathun and Zivur Arath. And so, the three divided. Before, as a united force, they could have stood and destroyed the whole
He'll
universe.
take anything because he's a
But
sub.
Savathun and
Okay.
Zivur Arath took their
Alright,
rules
somebody
and became
kill
distant,
him.
needing space to
Kill him
grow
before Eka shows
and to
up.
change into something more powerful.
Slime equals
Thus,
gaping
Oryx was
abyss.
alone,
That one needs
and
to be
his
pinned.
sisters were split
Of
from
who or
him.
what goes in around
The
him? What
swarm
the
had made
fuck?
an
Hell
indelible
no.
mark on the
Not
universe
me.
and had helped to serve the Witness's purpose. They had pursued the Traveler and had destroyed those that stood in the Witness's path.
This is
But now Oryx was
slime. Slime. Would or no? Would? Would you? Smash? Good choice. Good choice.
Alone. Now all the hive gods were alone.
Smash?
In this,
Smash or
they had
pass?
shown their
How are we feeling
one
about Oryx?
possible weakness. But to the witness itself, this was of little concern. The hive were nothing but tools, after all, and they knew little of the true nature of the
You
final
missed
shape
Rolk.
as
You
the
didn't get to
witness
smash or
devised it.
pass Rolk.
They would soon
I mean,
serve a
Rolk
purpose
is
in
100%
fulfilling
a
its
smash,
completion.
but you missed him.
It was in this way that the hive and the
He'll show up
Drunken
again
King
later.
would descend upon a
I
distant
mean, see,
world
you'll see
belonging
when
to
he gets
merely
back
people.
into relevancy.
A peaceful planet of artisans,
Please?
weavers,
You'll see
dancers,
soon. You'll see soon. Don't
technologically
worry
inclined
about it.
Priests. It was here
Please
that they
now.
found the
He's
Elixir
so
and
close.
their homeworld of Reese. And like a great storm, they would ravage this place.
I need to know,
The
please.
traveler
Nah, you
would
need to
once
keep
again
begging.
be forced
Keep
to
begging,
flee.
dog. Happy Pride Month, Slime. Yeah, he pretty gay. Reese. Dude, he's going through all the background history pretty fast. I didn't think he would. They've covered like 3
The
factions
Hive's
already.
rampage across the universe would bring them into contact with many peoples and many worlds. Their swarms were vast, and as Oryx, Savathun, and Zivu Arath had all split, they had now covered different ground. Oryx's brood remained the most powerful arm, and their people would find another world seeded by the Traveler. These were the people of Reese.
I'm a
the
twink
Elixir.
ally.
Though humanity would one day come to know them first as the Fallen.
Except not for
Sources
Slime.
from
I don't
the
want to be
Elixir's
his
own
ally.
histories
He's a
indicate
little
that they held a
freak.
small number of colonies throughout
Happy
several
Pride Demon
celestial
Month.
bodies.
Sweets.
The heart of their civilization, the jewel of their small
Yeah, that's him.
empire that spanned a few stars, was
Thank
still
you.
set upon their home planet of Reese. They were a hardy but adaptable people. They would be sustained by a life-giving substance called ether. The exact chemical makeup of this compound is unfamiliar and unclear, but it can be created.
The Hive,
by
or not the
solving
Hive,
from
the
almost
Fallen are
any
very
remnant
similar
matter,
to
meaning that the Elixir would be able to live on
the
in almost any
elites
place so long as they had a
in
servitor.
Halo.
However, in the skies of their homeworld Reese, this life-giving compound was everywhere. It filled the very air and turned their sky a delicate shade of pink. It allowed the Elixir to grow to their true natural sizes. They would be between 7 and 10 feet tall. They had 6 limbs, 4 arms instead of just
Smash or
2.
pass.
They were dexterous.
Smash or pass. Smash or pass. Smash. Smash. Oh my lord. Pass? 1 pass, 2 smash. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else got judgments for the Elixir?
And they were
Imagine
nimble.
what those arms
They
can
could
do.
also
He looks
stand
badass.
tall
The
with
Fallen are
noble
pretty cool.
intent
I
and
like the Fallen
philosophy.
design.
Back before Calamity arrived at their
Smash
shores,
times 2.
the Elixir were in many ways a truly utopian people, one of the best examples of what the Traveler could do in the right circumstances. Their society was communal in nature, and its people were organized into noble houses, known best not for their nationalities, but for their disciplines. For example, those that would one day be known as the House of Wolves.
No, those are some
were
ugly
known in
motherfuckers.
that
Those are
time
the
as
younger
gentle
versions of them.
weavers, great artisans who would craft beautiful garments worn by all their people. When the Traveler arrived and exalted their civilization like the thousands it had uplifted
Pass
before,
on the dregs. I
the
feel
Elixir
you. Yeah,
developed,
they're not.
entering a
You
rapturous
need 'em
age
more
of peace
prettier.
and expansion. Beneath Reese's pink sky, the Elixir grew to exalt the Traveler and all life-giving machines. They came to call it the Great Machine, and their study of its divine construction would lead to the rise of the so-called splicers. Whilst we would know them
A hand,
better
though.
as
Woo,
biohackers
he's
and body
cool.
engineers, the principal concern of splicers was in fact the study of machinery itself. The Elixir believed that within all machines there was a spark of divine potential, and believed that within that divine spark, life itself could also be seen in some different, somewhat more intangible form. Eventually, the Elixni would see this belief morph into a worship of machinery itself, with them acting with great reverence.
Is that a Rose toy? Do you guys think that's like a futuristic Rose toy? Slime should know. He knows all about Rose toys, apparently. Slime, give me your Rose toy knowledge. Is this a Rose toy?
Machines that they would construct later in their society, machines that they would need to keep them alive. Alas, even with the many noble houses, the Elixni were doomed to suffer the same fate.
A Rose
as all
toy for
those
you?
blessed by
That's
the
pretty
traveler.
big. I don't think
For
I'm
its
that
bounty
big.
was followed by bitterness, and the black fleets in the service of the Witness would soon arrive. The exact details of the fall of the Elixni Empire, and in particular the fall of Reese, are not well known. Much like our own destruction, the event is known to the Elixni by another name, the Whirlwind.
Wow.
When ruin came to their system, they were crushed beneath the advancing hordes of the Witness's minions. Chief amongst these invaders would be the Hive. Oryx's swarm had arrived. His forces brought with them the same doom that they had brought to 1,000 worlds prior. To them, Reese was but another set
What
of
the fuck?
unbelievers to be delivered
What are your
onto the jaws
pronouns so
of
I can
death
call you the right
in the name of
slurs?
the sword logic.
He's Twonk
Houses
Himbo.
mustered in a defense of their home world, believing that in spite of all the darkness, fate might be on their side. But tragically, it was not. Elixni legends tell of the moment where the defense of their world was lost, when one of the great leaders that rallied them, Chelchis, the Kell of the House of Stone, stood before them all
Your
and
girl.
cried, "Where is the great machine?"
Oh.
For it was in this moment that the course of history repeated itself once
Oh,
more.
he's
And
good.
the traveler began to flee
He's pretty
Reese,
good. Goddamn.
away from the forces of the Witness.
That
In
was
that
pretty.
moment, seeing that it had abandoned their
Who?
people and that Reese was lost,
I'm impressed.
many would lose hope. Many would
My
be
panties,
scarred
my panties
forever.
are coming off. I was
Many would
impressed by
remember.
that one.
For scribes like Varex, it would represent the greatest tragedy that his people had ever seen. For warriors like Aramis, it
Call me
represented a
whatever you
betrayal
want,
so
Daddy.
bitter
Oh, my
and so
lord.
evil that it would create hatred lasting for thousands of years. But for one amongst their number, it created a moment of determination that defined an entire people. Seeing that the Traveler, the great machine, had abandoned their people, and that Reese was lost, the Kell of the house that would one day be known as the House
Smash.
of Devils told his forces to break off from the engaging attackers. He ordered his ship to pursue the Traveler with all haste, and all catchers under his command were to follow this order. This Kell, who would one day claim the name of Achillux, abandoned all those houses who could not make war, and in his pursuit of the great machine, many others followed him.
You killed him.
Thousands of Elixni on thousands of
Ah,
catchers
loser.
would begin the long exodus from Reese, chasing the Traveler, following Achillux's banner. An exodus that would come to be known as the Long Drift. Some houses gathered in groups of catchers, some followed the trail of the great machine alone. But no matter what, it would be a time of terrible hardship. Having left their homeworld behind, the Elixni had little of the life-giving substance known as ether to consume. They needed to construct new machines to create ether synthetically, and so the servitors were created.
The Rose
They
toy.
were made spherical in shape, perhaps to venerate the Traveler. Whilst the servitors could make ether out of any
Wood.
abandoned matter that was
Wood.
discovered, the scarcity of resources in
Big
deep
smash.
space led to the devolution of Elixni society. The once noble people
Meow. Hi,
became
Akis.
pirates,
I
scavengers,
missed you.
and warlords.
How are you?
Barbaric practices became commonplace. There was not enough ether to go around. Those few that could get enough were the leaders of the houses, because they were strong. They claimed the position of Kells, and those amongst them of religious inclinations.
I kiss my
would
lovely
commune
queen.
with the
What the
servitors,
hell?
And thus, the triad of
She's
power within
our
each house
lovely
was born.
queen.
The Kells, the Archons, and the Servitors.
I'm on
A
break
new
right now, so
hierarchy had
tired.
been
Are you back
born
to work?
from the broken remains of the old. Where before the Elixni had grown tall, now the Kells would become monstrous in size as they consumed more
Oh, you
than
two
their
are so
fair share of
cute. Yup. Oh, damn, really? Are you feeling better? Are you still like iffy? They offered you full-time hours. That's great, but oh my god. Make sure you take care of yourself. And before you get all bratty with me, make me, yada yada, do it. You better take care of yourself. I'll be upset. Still sick? Oh. Get better soon. You need to make sure you take your medicine and rest. Make me. There she fucking goes. All right. Okay, Ekis. Somebody throw a rock at her car. Can I make you? Slime, I don't think you could. She's too strong. Get better, Ekis. I'll send you a goodie bag. Mods? Hug Ekis. Aw, now she wants affection. Aw, isn't that cute? Everyone hug Ekis. Everyone hug Ekis. Give her some love. Where's the banner? We need to bring out the banner. Everyone love Ekis. Everyone confess. Everyone confess how great Ekis is right now. How much you appreciate and value Ekis as a valuable member of this place. And I'm gonna leave that. No. Why are you always threatening that? Hugs Ekis and Ekis picks up Johnny mid hug. Oh. Yeah, I feel like that would be a thing. She'd be strong. She's got strength and power. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Go away.
Ether to remain stronger still. With their utterly monstrous strength, there was less chance of them being challenged by rivals. For most, though, rationing would be the way of their life. Those without sufficient
look at her
ether
blushing.
remained small, stunted, and weak. Worst of all, though, the punishments doled out by those who ruled became harsh to the point of being almost unspeakable. It is likely that on the long drift, the barbarian...
Smash or pass? When are you gonna let us control your rose toy? What do you mean? Smash? Damn, you want the drag? Okay. Smash, smash. Ekis. Why do you want to use the rose toy so bad? Pass? Johnny, bassist, smash or pass? I don't know what's going on. So we're watching My Name is Bife's 10-hour lore story recap for Destiny since on Tuesday I'm going to be playing Destiny 2, and like the following week I'll be playing Destiny 2 for majority of the time. So I needed to catch up on some history, and I figured we should do it together. Because then we can yell at each other, and yell at each other. I mean, you're going to yell at me, and I'll yell at you. Pass, but if Ekis smashed, then me too. Damn. I mean, Johnny, think about it. If this guy grows big and tall, and he gets the giant 8-foot version with all 4 of his arms, then he can smash like crazy. I'll smash Johnny. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this playing? Why isn't this playing?
practice of severing an elixir's
You give me my pillow
lower
princess?
arms
Oh my
became a
lord.
commonplace punishment for failure. This would be known as docking, and many who were docked were turned into dregs. Or
I like
wretches,
docking.
the lowest possible rung of Elixni society. Thus it was that the Elixni would pursue the traveler, and become less of a people than their history would allow them
She's
to remember.
too good.
The once noble banners of their
True,
houses
she's pretty
would
good.
be cannibalized into symbols of dominance
pretty
and
good.
declarations of territory. They would no longer be the utopian people that had grown up beneath the great machine. The damage to their societal fabric was so great that it would permeate through generations. There would be newborn Elixni.
I'll smash your sickness away, don't worry.
Few of them would remember the world.
Oh my lord, she's been.
They had no
Yeah,
home
she needs
to
it.
call their own.
She
It would
needs
be
it.
nothing more than a passing legend, a dream.
Oh my
It came
god.
to the point that when humanity named them fallen as a common slur and reference to their status as a people abandoned by the traveler, many amongst the Elixir
Can I
did
dock
not
you if you
completely reject
behave?
the notion.
What the fuck?
They were a lost people, a tragic tale, a diaspora of vessels and cultures and long-lived memories that, should the universe be so harsh, could have been
Oh.
snuffed out in an instant. They would continue onwards.
That sounds
and
familiar.
would follow the trail of the traveler to the next system that it had blessed. That would take some
Okay,
time.
daddy. Ooh.
And there
Oh
were
my
other
lord.
civilizations who would make their way to our astral shores for reasons other than vengeance and reclamation. There were those that would make their way to our shores in the name of empire and conquest. And they too would be
Hey,
making
let's go,
moves,
Cabal
even though the
time,
traveler,
Space
the
Rhino.
witness, had never laid eyes on them.
The Cabal have the coolest music, I think. Wow, 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 wow. I gotta go back to work. No, I'll miss you. No.
Whilst
Bye,
many civilizations
Ekis.
throughout the
Love
universe would be
you.
uplifted by the traveler, there were some that made their own way into the stars without the divine intervention or assistance from a greater being. One such people was found on the distant and
make sure you
rugged
don't
world of
overwork yourself.
Torobatl. They were
Crazy
known as
girl.
the Cabal.
Bye, bye,
Their
Ekis. The kiss,
society
not
was
the
one
kissing
ruled by
emote.
might.
What the fuck?
In their earliest years, mighty warlords would roam their world, claiming
If I had
the
a
right
sugar
to
daddy, I wouldn't have
territory
to,
by
bitch. Oh
conquest
my
and
god.
combat.
You keep acting up, you're not gonna get your
When they
treat.
would break out into the stars, the Cabal's great
I swear to
warlords
God,
would
you're not
still
gonna get your
challenge
treat.
each other for supremacy in the rights of their old ways. It is perhaps then unsurprising that one of the oldest legends of the Cabal is one that concerns their first emperor, a mythical figure called Acreus. The Cabal once saw the sun and desired it for themselves, so they climbed a great mountain to claim it. But before they could reach
Nah,
the sun
the
to claim
fucking
it,
kissing
a
emote.
great beast stood in their way. Generations of mighty and worthy warriors clashed against the beast, scoring small and seemingly insignificant blows against it.
Not the kissing,
Until
not
one
the
day,
kissing
Acreus
emote.
came and struck the
Oh my
killing blow.
lord.
He
Everyone's just
ascended
making
to claim
out.
the sun
What
and
about
was crowned as
Spectre?
the first emperor
What
of the
about
Cabal.
him?
This legend shows their lack of subtlety as a people, but it also has been a literal pretext for conquest. The Cabal believe
Don't be
themselves
jealous.
to be
I
the
am a
righteous
jealous
rulers in
human.
this universe,
I have no choice in
and
the
they
matter.
believe that it is
What
so
about you? What the
because
fuck?
they
Why
are
am I not
mightier
included?
than their foes. The
Bitch.
sun is
What the
theirs
fuck?
to claim because they are strong enough,
I'm-
and so they claim it.
I'm
The
taking you
legend
out.
of Acreus may or may not be true.
I'm taking
the
him out.
emperors of the Cabal have been very real, and across their history, they laid claim to dozens of worlds. Some of these worlds were occupied by peoples that would be
Shut
folded
up.
into the Cabal Empire.
Shut up.
The Sindhu, the Karga Clips, the
You can't
Arcborn,
change too subby
the
wubby. Nah,
Scions,
the moment
all
is
of them
past.
would have at some point
The moment is
been
past. I don't
client
want it
races
anymore.
of the Cabal of Torobatl, and would be pushed
Oh,
into
sloppy and
slavery
secondy, I don't
servitude
want
of
it.
their emperors. The history of the Cabal is a long one.
I'll-
full of
I'll
many
have my own
conquests
makeout
made
session.
by tyrants.
With blackjack
But
and
none of these
hookers.
despots and warlords have been more consequential than one who changed the fabric of their society so
Fugoshi,
much
shut the fuck
that it led to his
up.
own downfall. His name was Emperor
Ah,
Callus.
there he is.
And while
Here
he-
he is. Here's our boy. Smash or pass, Emperor Callus. Big Daddy Callus. Grow fat from strength Callus. Can you define that for me? I'd have to look it up. I vaguely remember but also I feel like I don't at the same time. Smash, hardcore, pass. What do you mean? Look at him. He's dripped
He
out.
was Emperor.
Look at him. Look at that gold. He's got a gold hand, and he's. You don't want him. He defo got money. Oh, he do. He's an emperor. That's Big Daddy Callus. Why would you not smash Big Daddy Callus?
What aren't you telling us, Riven? The Vex couldn't have created all this. They can't simulate paracausality.
You truly
He was not truly powerful. In the time when his reign began, he would need
Look at this
to
guy.
upend institutions for it to truly flourish.
And he's got a gold
As
leg.
Emperor, he served alongside other powerful bodies.
Bring out the real
governed much
monsters.
of Tora
If he
Bartol's
shows
strength,
the tormentors,
Their
oh my
people
god, you're gonna go
ruled by a
crazy.
and their military by a praetorate. The old military traditions of the Cabal were maintained, but Callus was different. He did not care for them. He was content with the idea of conquest, but he was not a martial Cabal. He sought song and beauty and pleasure in all things, and the
Bring out the
praetorate
tormentors,
stood in the way of
goddamn
this.
right. Oh
The
fuck.
Senate stood in the way. So Callus created a populist revolution to overthrow them both, so that
Yeah.
he might claim ultimate authority over his own empire. Callus changed the Cabal people fundamentally when he wrote.
You're telling me you don't want this guy? Look at this pose. Look at that sexy leg right there. This ain't doing it for you? He ugly as fuck. It's not all about looks, Slime. God. You're so vain.
Rose to power. His populism saw the warlike ways of the Cabal relegated in favor of a bountiful and hedonistic culture. Even at his coronation, the nature of his rule was made clear, as he had the desert sands of Tora Bartle cleansed to be pristine and white, having his army of minions remove every single offending stone or plant that might stand out, and for his entire royal court to be recreated in the sands of Tora Bartle's
This guy's
deserts.
crazy.
More telling were the actions he took upon his coronation
But
itself,
he's cool.
though, as the one true ruler of the Cabal. In the splendor of his perfectly recreated royal court, Callus had the old consul...
Smash! Smash your pass! Smash your pass! Smash your pass! Smash your pass!
the way forward lies in solving the
Smash your pass, the council.
What did you protect?
many things. But what
Pass!
is
Oh, that one I agree with you. Look at his chin.
the queen
Look at his chin and his mouth.
knowing Ahamkara could have?
Johnny, your opinion on the council? Smashing or passing? I feel like you and him, you guys could get along, I think. Maybe? Yes? No? Possibly. Smash, they got aura? It's like Johnny's balls. What? How do you know that? And ew, why do they look like that? That's fucked up. That's the most fucked up thing you could say to somebody. Holy fuck.
Praetorate brought before him, stripped of rank and title, and even clothing. Callus castrated the Cabal
Those are Johnny's
consul
balls,
and
apparently.
banished him into the wastelands of Tora Bartle, saying but a single word
Hands
to him: run. This was an example of the ruthlessness with which Callus governed his imperial domain. He was benevolent and generous one moment, vengeful and petty the next. He treated the old Cabal ways with contempt and uplifted new celebrations of culture and decadence. But behind the new emperor's magnificent
Oh my
opulence,
god.
there was a deep sadness. This sadness was born of a love that he had lost. His original lover had left him in a time of great sorrow. Callus knew that he had broken things between
Aw.
them, and that despite loving her, their relationship had been damaged beyond repair,
Aw.
all thanks to his own selfish actions. But there was one spark of that relationship that still remained, one remnant of his old flame that he clung to. Together, they had created an heir to the Cabal Empire. Her name would be Keitel. As
We
she
got another
grew
Smasher
in
Pass
his
coming
new
up.
Cabal Empire, she perhaps did not first comprehend the changes to her people's proud ways. She did not originally hate her father, though it would not take long for her to have good reason to do
Jeez,
so.
look at her. God damn.
One day, her father doted on her as he had done before. He had given her some of the most revered gifts that a Cabal could receive, but today he had surpassed even himself. He gifted his daughter a war beast. These war beasts in
Smasher Pass. Answer carefully. Smasher Pass. Answer very carefully. Climb. Climb your answer. Your judgment. Smash? Slime's a furry. Confirmed right here. Clip that. We'll spread it around on the internet. Smash. He voted smash. He voted to smash the dog. Pass. Johnny is not a furry. Johnny is not a furry. Hands up. Get him out of it. You'll like castrate this man. He's crazy.
Cabal culture are the most extreme example of what it's like for a human being to own and lovingly care for a dog. They are venerated beyond exception and are some of the most prized companions.
You got
Cabal
me.
can have. Keitel named her warbeast Milos and loved it dearly beyond anything else in the world. Callus saw Keitel's love for the warbeast, and in his inconceivable cruelty and jealousy, he grew jealous of Milos. He believed that she loved her own
Callus really is a
warbeast
fucking asshole,
more
dude.
than she loved him. And so Callus had Milos killed. He could not stand the idea of his daughter loving even a pet more than him. This moment changed Keitel and set her down a path that would determine the course of her life forever. She now held a burning hatred for her father that was so deep in the kernel of her heart that it would never be dislodged. And she was certainly not alone. There were many within Callus's empire that saw him with a degree of discontent. Keitel was but one of them. The Emperor's old bodyguard, Lictor Sheatet, the Evocate General and Primus of all his legions, Amunarath, the free-born scion dreamer known as Otzot, the master of festivals, Moli Imoli. All of
I
them
like that
harbored
name a lot.
ill
Moli
intent for the
Imoli.
Emperor. And it was under the leadership of two
Never
Cabal
his older
that these
videos. I would
malcontent
repeat
actors
the Moli
would be
Moli so
aligned in
much.
purpose and turned into conspirators. The former consul that Callus had banished into the desert, and his chosen champion, the rising gladiatorial leader that had emerged victorious in the fighting pits, the ghost primus of the Red Legion, Gaul. These conspirators joined together and plotted to overthrow Callus, a plot that would come to be known as the Midnight Coup. Each of them would play their own part in his downfall, but it was Keitel who spelled his ultimate doom. As the Midnight Coup was being enacted, Callus fled for his throne room. He sought a relic
Coward.
of the emperors of old, a shard of bone taken from a wish dragon. The remains of these mythical creatures were known to grant desires to those that held them. With the shard in hand, Callus might be able to maintain his hold on power if only he wished for it. But when he arrived, Keitel was already present in the throne room.
Pressure pass. Pressure pass. Smash! Oh, you're so right. You're so fucking right for that one. He knows what's up. He understands. Kaito, Tusk Woman. Tusk Woman. Slime. Slime, what do you think? This guy, he fucked the dog, but not her?
She held the shard of Wish Dragon bone in her hand. Knowing that she held her father's salvation, Keitel addressed him, saying, "Father, I will not be weak." She crushed the bone in her gauntlet. And
Yeah,
with it,
something's wrong with him.
sealed Callus's fate.
Something's wrong with this
He was
guy.
escorted hurriedly through the streets of the Cabal capital, his utterly massive entourage in tow. All traces of the old emperor, save for those that were part of his coup, would be scrubbed from the imperial hierarchy. They were all forced to march aboard a Cabal vessel known as the Leviathan, and Callus was forced into exile. The navigation controls for this great vessel were sabotaged, and the Emperor was left to drift into uncharted space. On Toro Bartle, the Consul and Gaul seized power and began a new era for the Cabal. The former Primus of the Red Legion would be declared as the very first and only Dominus of the Cabal, an emperor and military dictator all in one. His power over the Empire would be absolute,
Where's Gaul?
and with
They
the
can show
Primus of
Gaul
the
right now?
legions, Amuna Wrath, and the heir apparent to the imperial throne, Keitel, at his side, his authority was unchallenged. Emperor Callus would wallow in pity and sorrow for a time aboard the
He ain't
Leviathan.
growing fat from strength
His
at this
cohort of
point.
scribes recorded that there was nothing that could be done to break him from his misery. No form of entertainment, no food, no pleasure would rouse him from this sorrow. The exact amount of time the Emperor spent like this is not recorded, but what eventually broke him
Smash!
from his stupor
Smash your
would be
pass.
one day, as the Leviathan sailed through the uncharted void of space, it encountered strange interference. The nature of this
Phil,
interference
you're
was not
so
known at
right.
first.
Callus
Based on
deserves to
our
die.
explorations of similar events, and based on Callus's own recollections, it is almost certain that he encountered the Black Fleet. What he would come to know as the Black Edge. He would see
Oh, his
the
gooch. Oh
witness.
my god.
The pocket of astral disruption that they found themselves in caused massive quakes throughout the Leviathan, and Callus put on an environmental suit to see what had befallen the vessel from its own hull. Out on the exterior of the Leviathan, Callus beheld that thing that he would be defined by for the rest of his life. He would see the witness, and it told Callus that there
He's
was to be an
obsessed with
end
the
to all
witness.
things, and that the universe would end by its glorious design, and that he was to be its herald. After 12 hours and
Oh.
numerous terrible quakes,
Oh, hello,
Callus
jump
returned
scare.
inside with a look of mania in his eyes. He had first openly proclaimed the doom of the universe, and then, with a sigh of what seemed to be relief, he welcomed it. As he said at the time,
There he
nothing
is.
matters.
Hold on.
What's
Show
left?
me.
joy.
Smash or pass. You guys didn't get to smash or pass the witness. Smash or pass. How are we feeling about the witness and Megamind head ass motherfucker? Smash. Nice. Okay. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. We got a smash. Slime. What would you do to the witness? Smash! Oh, we got a smash from Slime. We're so in, baby. We are smashing the witness.
Pursuing pleasure
They got good head. True, look at that head. I love big guys.
Desire it. I knew this during my rule, and I'd forgotten it during my exile. I shall not forget it again. Thus, Callus returned to his hedonistic ways, with a renewed vigor and a new mission. He would follow the directions of this terrible voice, and would be its herald. At first, he would also aim to acquire his revenge against those that had wronged him. To this end, the Leviathan's navigation systems were returned to functioning order, and the vessel charted its way
I
back to
love the
known
guys.
space, Callus would start to actively employ some of his deadliest servants in the task of seeking revenge, his shadows. Across the many worlds that had been conquered,
This is just the Guardian armor, but smash or pass.
That mind is protected with Ahamkara bioenergetics. Combine the paracausal
Smash. Good, good. Good. I know Ekis would smash. I know her kink about her and helmeted individuals. Slime, what's your opinion? You gonna smash? I need a helmet, 100%. I got a Master Chief helmet and a N7 helmet, just for that occasion.
by the Emperor
Nash,
of the
let's
Cabal,
go. We're
he
in.
found individuals of incredible martial skill. They were brought to Callus, contained in glorious armor, embellished with golden heraldry, and offered all that their hearts desired in exchange for servitude unending. Callus would send his shadows after the conspirators and managed to successfully hunt down the Master of Ceremonies, Callus's former bodyguard, and a favored tea merchant that he had once believed to have served Gaul's command staff. These were but the first attempted assassinations, and upon Gaul and Keitel, there would be many. For his daughter in particular,
I don't think he's shown a
he
goal
would
yet.
send shadows with a specific weapon in hand. A blade that had been passed down from generation to generation. The Heart Shadow. Forged from a rare metal called enactine, this weapon could not be broken. It would always reform to its original shape if but a shard of it was exposed to psionic energy and the memory of what it had been like.
Smash.
The
We
weapon was an
agreed to
heirloom
smash.
passed through the women of Callus's line, and he had made sure that Keitel would eventually receive the weapon one way or another. His assassins attempted to take her life time and time again, and each time the mighty heir apparent would leave the blade shattered, ready to be reforged by Callus once again. In a strange way, this is how they kept in touch. Callus and Keitel would not communicate directly, but every time a new assassin came wielding the blade, Keitel would shatter it. In these reflections of each other's choices, did Keitel and Callus know of each other's continued existence? It was the only way to gauge each other's strength and intention. Assassins would be sent to kill Gaul and the consul, but likewise they would fail. The new ruler of the Cabal had set his sights on further horizons. He had remilitarized the culture
Oh,
of
we're heading
pure
north.
battle, and had sent out many of the scout legions of the Empire to systems at the far reaches of Cabal space, each sent under a banner of war with a promise. Without victory, they would be exiled and could not return home. Gaul's forces would chart their way through the universe and would one day find themselves on the route to Sol. 5 scout legions and an elite group of Scion Flayers would one day land upon the shores of Sol's planets. But just as the Vex and Hive and Elixni would, it would take them time. Before any of them arrived in Sol, came an omen of prosperity and doom. A single event that would change the course of human history for all time and all people. Here is where humanity's part in this story
We're finally
begins,
hitting the intro.
and it starts with the arrival of the Traveler.
Oh, let's go, baby. Mars? Mars? Mars. I love this thing.
At last, our tale turns to humanity.
We
who
made
at
it!
the time we're a primitive
Finally!
civilization, but even by the standards of most, we had accomplished a few marvels in our time. The creation of human culture and language, the splitting of the atom, the the journey of a few brave souls into space. But it was in the early 2010s that the world held its breath as a signal was detected from our closest planetary neighbor of Mars. Something remarkable was happening. The world was changing, and perhaps most shockingly of all, it did not seem to be a natural phenomenon. The events taking place on Mars defied scientific explanation.
Should be easier to follow
the
from
three
here on
greatest
out.
powers on Earth at the time assembled a joint task force. The United States of America, Russian Federation, and People's Republic of China joined forces to send an astronaut, taikonaut, and cosmonaut to Mars to investigate. The mission would be known originally as Project Catamaran, but it would be remembered in history as Ares 1. And so it was that on a fateful day in the year of 2014, the explorers Mielova, Chao, and Hardy became the first humans to step out onto the surface of another planet. They were unsure of what
This is
they
a
might
Destiny
find
1
when
intro.
they arrived, and whilst all hoped for a peaceful encounter, they had been armed in case of a hostile event. Across mountainous terrain and through uncharacteristic Martian winds, they trekked toward the signal's source, anticipation building with their every step. As they crested the ridge, they saw it, the source of the signal and the reason for the disturbances. Together they beheld the entity that would change the fate of humanity forever, the Traveler. Beneath its radiant splendor, they bore witness to the first Martian rains in human history and saw life return to the Red Planet. But this was not simply the greatest discovery in all of human history. It was the start of a time of great prosperity for all the people of Earth, just like it had been for so many civilizations before. This time would be known to us as the Golden Age. Like the thousands that had come before us, the Traveler gifted humanity
part's
with
pretty,
the
like,
immense
basic.
bounty of creation.
It's all the good
changes
stuff.
to humanity were apparent almost immediately. The nations of Earth and all its peoples entered a time of utopian peace and prosperity, with the bounty of the Traveler effectively doing away with all forms of war and prejudice. The lifespan of the average human tripled, and we did not grow frail in our old age. Those at the age of 90 were considered relatively young and highly capable. It is recorded that back in the days of the Golden Age, there were humans born with a remarkable gift. They were able to hear the voice of the Traveler through involuntary dreams and sudden premonitions. They were known as the Dreamers, and would one day come to be known as Speakers, and their words were observed with reverence and respect.
I forgot. Smash or pass. Keep in mind, he's just a regular old dude. He's just a regular human. Smash. It's the helmet, isn't it? It's the helmet. That helmet's gonna be in the game on Tuesday. I need it. To be honest, helmets do a lot. Helmets do a lot of heavy lifting. Like, ugly, pretty, doesn't matter. You got a helmet, a good-looking helmet on, you're in, baby. Regular human, pass. Fair though.
Come to be known as Speakers, and their words were observed with reverence and respect. We expanded out into the system of Sol and established marvelous colonies, an endeavor made easier by the Traveler, which had begun to terraform our worlds into hospitable planets. Mercury became a garden world and the breadbasket of the system.
Mercury's very
Venus
pretty
turned
when you're
into
in
a
game.
lush planet of jungles and rivers. Titan was given a breathable atmosphere alongside its oceans.
Titan was kind of
methane.
boring as a planet for me.
Humanity expanded out to all these places and more as the Traveler changed the worlds around us from hellscapes into havens. Great cities rose from these formerly inhospitable places, from the marvels of the arcologies of Titan to the spires of the Martian city of Freehold. Humanity took root and flourished in Sol. Many institutions grew on to take power, the most renowned of them being the thriving new technology firms and research groups that had set up throughout the system. There was the Ishtar Collective, who were primarily based on Venus, where they had discovered the Vex ruins that predated humanity by
Fucking hate the
billions of
Vex.
years. Their study of the Vex would bring about the creation of technological marvels and new understandings all in their own right. Then, there was probably the most infamous corporation to ever have existed in the Golden Age.
Oh, these guys
whose
are
legacy
fucked
can be
up.
found scattered across the system to this day. The Clovis Bray Corporation. Named after its less than humble creator, Clovis Bray I, it was responsible for starting entire research and development colonies, as well as sponsoring scientific innovation in countless areas from artificial intelligence to artificial personhood to aerospace defense. The remnants of Clovis Bray facilities can still be found across Sol, from Earth to the Moon to Mars.
When they show
and
X's,
even
I
on
know
some distant
Slime is
Jovian
gonna
moons.
smash.
They were known to work in collaboration with certain national governments as well, and held a great deal of power and influence across all of humanity. But perhaps the greatest legacy of humanity's golden age was our technology. In the golden age, we saw the rise of new creations that might have seemed indistinguishable from
Smash or pass? The guy.
even magic to those living back in
Can
the
they
earth
show-
might have seemed
Can you even see him that clearly? Kind of.
indistinguishable from
You can kind of see him. Pass. You don't. It's because he bald. Like he's blue. The guy. I feel like I feel like I had to. The girl is kind of front and center. I didn't want it to be weird. It's not. Let's not make it weird. Anyone in there? I would eye that one. Gun bullet for you. Bullet to the brain for you. It is the
even
bold.
magic to those living
First
back
of all,
in the
though.
early 21st century. Humanity quickly developed
The ball is
spacefaring
cool,
craft
though.
capable of remarkable feats of transportation,
He's just old.
including the first near-light-speed jump drives. There was also the creation of Glimmer, a programmable matter that could be turned into almost anything imaginable when used in combination with the correct energy sources and the correct matter forge. In a very similar vein, but on a grander scale, Willa Bray, one of Clovis's granddaughters, was a leading pioneer on a project known as SIVA. This was a nanite technology that could be commanded to
I didn't really
construct and
like SIVA
create
in the
anything
game.
conceivable so long as it was given the correct inputs and control. The speed with which these nanites could construct something from seemingly nothing was revolutionary. There are some who speculate that the great cities of the Golden Age colonies were built so quickly thanks partly to this technology. It could even convert surrounding matter into more SIVA, allowing it to replicate quickly. It was intended to be used in deep space colonization missions as well, to allow for the creation of anything from basic habitation structures to whole colonies in next to no time at all. There was also the discovery of a new, more pure state of matter, engram. Within this state
Oh.
of matter, information and energy
Oh.
could be
Smash or pass? Smash 100 times? True. Ooh, we love Anna.
stored and encoded with near perfect precision, and whilst it would decay over time, engrams became
Jeez,
as
look at her.
reasonable a means to store data.
What about old man in the back? How do you feel about old man? He's got a mask, but he's old and bald. Think wisely.
The voices are asking to use me as a vessel.
That's
I want to smash you. Oh, hell.
data
Oh.
as any other. They were in fact significant data stores and can still often be found in the wild, decrypted, and materialized into whatever is contained within, as long as you have the appropriate skill of cryptoarchaeology. But undoubtedly, there were two inventions within the Golden Age that were more remarkable than any others: the Exos and the Warmind. Exos were merely theoretical for a long time. The idea was a simple one: a human consciousness stored digitally.
Smash or pass.
Your wish, you utter fool.
It's been fulfilled. Thanks to you. I'm the Wishkeeper.
Oh my god.
If there were anything left of you, I'd flay it from your bones.
Slime 100% gonna smash the robot. I know him. Slime is a robo fucker, that's for sure. He ugly, yeah. He a little ugly, but he's a robot. You
On a
don't
mechanical
want the
body,
robot?
thus allowing the person to live on with
Oh,
immortality
he's a robot.
inside their
Robots
mechanical
don't have
shell.
hair.
It became the obsession of Clovis Bray the First.
Aren't you both
who
robot
desired
fuckers?
immortality and
I'm
believed
definitely
that he
a
would be the
robot
one to
fucker.
guide
That's
humanity
true.
into a second age
I'm a
of
robo
man,
fucker. That's
where they would
100%.
surpass even the Traveler. Exomines had been created
And no
before
eyebrows.
in the Golden
He's a
Age by
robot.
others, but they had universally failed, falling prey to fundamental flaws that saw the spark of the human mind dim and go out every time. The first hint to the secret of true exos was discovered on the moon. A project under the watchful eye of Clovis's grandson, Alton Bray, had uncovered something terrible but powerful. The so-called K1 project had uncovered an artifact buried on the moon. It was known as the Anomaly and had inexplicable properties, but chief amongst them was a series of hallucinations and nightmares suffered by the crew.
Mechanical and gender fluid.
Clovis visited the site, and whilst others experienced
The
hallucinations,
robot girls
he
hit
heard
hard, man.
something entirely different. A voice that guided him to the distant moon of Europa, promising in his dreams that he would discover the secret to his ascension, his entire purpose and reason for creating the Exos. There, Clovis discovered what he would call clarity control, a statue of a tall, veiled figure beneath the moon's icy crust. This would be the first of many statues of the darkness that we would find, always veiled, always black as obsidian, and
They got that
always
badass. See,
gleaming with
it's so
dark
true.
power.
Like, just imagine it.
Joy of turning desire to
On command.
for one
Things can change on command,
moment.
and things could vibrate
We made success
on command.
together.
It would go crazy. Oh, right, her, yeah. Smasher Pez? Johnny has already got the hardcore smash.
And then came your great hunt of the Ahamkara.
I'd smash. I'd smash. 100% I'd smash.
Thanks to the visions he had received, he also divined that he would need to construct a Vex Gate. The combination of these two factors was key to the Exo's creation. Vex Radiolarian fluid, or mind fluid, exposed to the influence of the veiled statue, was the key to the creation of a stable Exo mind fluid. At a site that would be known as the Deepstone Crypt, a mass of Exos would emerge and begin to trickle down into human society at large. Little did Clovis know that the K1 artifact and clarity control were fueled by darkness.
Turn the
and
robot
that
off,
Clovis
smash, and turn the robot
might
back
have
on.
played into
Crazy.
the grander designs of agents beyond his comprehension. The Warmind was the other invention of Clovis Bray that might have defined the Golden Age. But whilst his granddaughter Elsie Bray would have been close to the Exo project, it was Anna Bray who was close to this one. The Warmind was a creation that would eventually supersede Clovis Bray himself, but it would be inaccurate to call the Warmind simply an AI. The Warmind was a superintelligence refined over years and given an unfathomable amount of processing power. It is a superintelligence capable of far more
My
than
robot
any
will never know.
administrative
You don't
and
need to turn off the
defensive
robot. The
intelligence.
robot just wants
Its
to keep
original
banging.
template had been derived from the Ares 1 mission, where it was a smaller
just keep
AI
banging the
that had
robot.
simply been nicknamed R. It would now be given a new name under Clovis Bray and his granddaughter Anastasia Bray. It would bear the name Rasputin. Rasputin's systems were so vast that he would sometimes split himself into different sub-minds in order to partition different tasks into different working groups. In the Age of the Guardians, this even gave rise to the theory that there were many great war minds, of which Rasputin was the greatest. Charlemagne, Malahiyati, Martel, all of these ancient names that were once thought to be great virtual defenders working in parallel under Primes inter pares were in fact just parts of the singular warmind Rasputin. But even with this in mind, they had their own thoughts and perspectives, and they would name Rasputin according to his influence.
This is like your AM thing, the robot, but this is just in Destiny.
They gave him the moniker of the Tyrant. Rasputin's mandate as the Warmind was simple. His purpose was to be humanity's shield, protecting us from threats to our existence that might come from the stars. He was linked in with almost every possible piece of infrastructure to assist him with this goal. Every vessel, every satellite, every automated weapons system. They could have all been commandeered by the Warmind at a moment's notice should an emergency arise. Rasputin even employed a small private army of loyal human and exo forces known as Seraphs. Where manual intervention was required, they represented the long arm of the tyrant's will. Whilst he lacked any paracausal abilities himself, he still represented one of the most advanced intelligences ever created across the whole of existence, as evidenced by a moment where his significant computational power was enough to overpower even a Vex and save an entire Ishtar Collective research team. With this power, Rasputin was capable of devising solutions to problems before they ever truly arose. More often than not,
smart robot,
this would
smart
lead to
robot.
the creation
Smash.
of remarkable
Smash 'em.
weapons created through independent sub-protocols of his own design. This could be anything from traditional small arms, such as was made in the Icalos program, or full-scale planetary defense systems. The greatest of these weapons was undoubtedly the Warsat network, which was launched continually from Mars and which spread throughout the system. Each independent Warsat held various sensors and communication systems, and was also armed with a variety of ordnance packages. Clovis Bray I would at one point plan on using these weapons packages to do the unthinkable. In his hubris, Clovis believed that he could replace the Traveler with Rasputin, and so he engineered the possibility for Rasputin to strike down the mysterious sphere. A protocol called Abhorrent Imperative was inserted into the Warmind's code, allowing him the option to do just this, should the Traveler abandon humanity. This could have led to disaster, but luckily, Clovis Bray wasn't the only one working on the Warmind. His granddaughter, Anastasia, was concerned with Rasputin's capacity to understand the worth of humanity. If Clovis Bray gave Rasputin his mind, then it would be fair to say that Anastasia Bray gave him his soul. It was thanks to her many lessons that Rasputin would lock Clovis out of his systems.
They prevented that whole
realizing
situation.
that Abhorrent Imperative was something that he should probably never use. Whilst the protocol remained intact, it would never be used by Rasputin. Even if Clovis had tried to force him to use it, it would have failed. Rasputin's love of human culture would be reflected even to the last of his dying moments. If you ventured into his bunkers, every once in a while you could hear Tchaikovsky playing in the background. With all of humanity's newfound prosperity and its security all but guaranteed by the Warmind, we set our sights further afield. This was the time in which a colonization program known as the Exodus program was conceived of. Dozens of massive colony ships were constructed, each packed with colonists and shipboard systems that would propel humanity to the stars beyond Sol. The Exodus vessels were designated by color, such as Exodus Red, Exodus Blue, Exodus Indigo, and Exodus Black. Under the supervision of General Chen Lanshu, these vessels were assembled and launched from the old cosmodrome in Baikonur, Kazakhstan, and negotiations with Clovis Bray were even undertaken to see Siva nanites placed aboard each vessel to assist with colonization
Siva
efforts,
is bad.
or
Don't trust
defense
Siva.
should the need arise. The Golden Age and all of its prosperity had been a great boon to humanity, but as history has shown us, this time of peace was not to last. There were signs that it would one day come to an end, but most unfortunately, they were almost universally ignored by humanity. And even as Rasputin quickly moved to counter the oncoming threat, it was readily apparent that there was little that could be done to halt the coming storm. Humanity, like so many before, would experience an apocalypse that was all too familiar to those blessed with the Traveler's Light. The forces of the Witness were on the march, and the Black Fleet loomed on the edges of our system. We would be powerless to stop what happened next. The end of the Golden Age had finally come. The collapse had begun.
Ooh, it's time. I'm really shocked he's covering a lot of stuff so far. Collapse time.
Though humanity had a few moments at which there were warning signs hinting towards the nature of the coming collapse, and even some direct warnings themselves, many times they were tragically ignored, pushed to the side due to hubris, or simply a lack of believing that the Golden Age could ever end. After all, it was so easy to believe that humanity would never be toppled from the height of its power. But just like every civilization before, topple we did. And this time the whole of the system would be plunged into terrible darkness, like so many others. Though the collapse might have happened quickly, it was not a single moment in time that turned the marvels of our Golden Age from splendor to ash. There were warning signs long before this, and the months over which the collapse seemingly took place would have been brutal, playing host to countless tragedies. But our warnings would begin on Titan.
Boo! I don't like Titan. I really don't like Titan. It's kind of boring. It's kind of a boring map to play on. It was super small.
There, she had stayed alone for eons, until the Traveler arrived and the new Pacifica Arcology was founded on the ocean surface above. A subsurface research team eventually found Arsa, and she reached out to them with harmonious psychic resonance. She wished for friendship to break the loneliness that she had felt for so many eons. But she also uttered dreadful...
Do I need to ask a smash or pass for the giant squid? Do I need to ask for that one? I feel like I shouldn't. But I feel like one of you freaks would smash the giant squid. The giant worm squid thing. Do I want to know? Smash? Okay. Okay, I knew Johnny was... I had a feeling Johnny would do it. I wasn't positive. Slime, are you gonna smash the worm squid thing? I love tentacles. You're so right. You're so true. So true, King. You're so right. How could I ever doubt you?
Warnings. The marine xenobiologists who studied Arsa heard her warnings
Smash!
and even brought them to their
Of
superiors.
course. Of course.
The ancient warning of the single being that might have told them of the witness fell on deaf ears.
Beautiful
Thus, our
eyes.
first
Oh my
chance to
god.
avert complete
That's what
disaster
sold
was
you?
suffered.
Gojo. I was about to say the
There was
Gojo
another
eyes.
opportunity. The joint venture
No.
between the Clovis Bray
One of my
Corporation
friends,
and the Ishtar Collective
that lives in Japan. I text her a meme.
By which we might have learned of the oncoming calamity
and then she
done something about it.
it was like about blue eyes, and she's like, Gojo?
Discovered on Venus, and
Question
in
mark? And I'm like,
cooperation with Clovis
yeah.
Bray, a new AI was created.
I was
It
like,
not
what
as
the
powerful
fuck?
as Rasputin, but it was still worthy of great respect. Her name was Soteria, but she was also known by another designation, the Orgamind. The Vex technology at the heart of Soteria's construction allowed her to be free of the Vex Collective, whilst retaining their remarkable computational and simulation abilities. In particular, the acquired Vex ability to simulate the future with uncanny degrees of accuracy was what Soteria had maintained. The Vex commonly use this power to chart a course to the end state of the universe, where they will be the only remaining form of life that will survive uncontested. Soteria used this technology to chart safe routes.
I don't
for
remember
colonial
any of this
expeditions
lore.
out beyond even the reaches of the Milky Way.
This is why I wanted to watch this, because for one, you guys don't know for sure. I don't remember this part.
Sundaresh removed Soteria from suspension and asked her to run a few tests, namely to chart safe courses for colonial echo pods heading from Sol to the Andromeda Galaxy. Soteria initially calculated over 300 preliminary routes. As she calculated those routes in real time, her advanced algorithms recalculated, first down from 300 to 27, and then, moments later, to just 2. These real-time calculations were due to the presence of unknown anomalous variables that presented a near 100% chance of total casualties on all colonial flights. Solaria didn't know it at the time, but she had just simulated and discovered the Black Fleet, and had realized that it was on its way. Any potential colonial flights that might escape had a narrow window in which they would need to do so, for the fleet was getting closer to Sol with every second. Soteria shepherded this data to Rasputin on a private communications band, and classified the threat under the subtext code of Rasputin's own designation known as Egyptian, a threat level used to define a force that defied all causal explanation and that might be capable of the extinction-level threat that Rasputin was always working to counter. Rasputin agreed with the assessment and prepared for all-out war in the system. Soteria, for her
I think
part,
this is
was
one of the
responsible for at
seasons
least one attempt
I really
to
did
save
not
the
pay
lives of
attention
what
to,
human colonists were
because it
prepared
was
to
like
go
kind of
beyond
boring for
Sol.
me. So
She
it's probably
prepared
one of those time
emergency
periods.
launches for the fleet of colonial
I definitely don't
echopods
remember
at her
any of this.
disposal, and attempted to send them out in a desperate gambit to avoid the oncoming storm. Clovis Bray saw her actions and immediately reprimanded her, believing she had gone rogue. The echopods were returned to their docking posts, and Soteria was confined to an AI pillory bunker on Mars, a prison for an artificial intelligence. A prison that was originally meant for the warmind Rasputin. This was a punishment for her defiance. In a moment of desperation, Soteria attempted one last thing. She tried to create a submind, sending out a fragment of herself as data reaching into space, a last-ditch effort to save herself and warn humanity. But it would be too little too late. And even with Rasputin having been warned, there was nothing that could be done to stop the greatest catastrophe in human history. We had been given 2 chances to heed the warnings of the oncoming collapse. Through a combination of hubris, inaction, and misunderstanding, we had wasted them.
They never would have been
So
able
the
to
Black
stop it
Fleet
though.
arrived. So the collapse began. So the Witnesses' forces began to put Sol to the torch. The first public alerts that something had gone wrong came from Rasputin. He sounded general evacuation orders across the outer colonies. Millions of people from Titan to Mars prepared to leave. On distant Exodus program vessels, new orders were relayed to ship captains. They were to make an about-turn and use their defensive systems as orbital artillery within Sol. These orders were briefly questioned, but most would follow them. Not all, though, and even if they had all followed them, it was not going to be enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like
The
it
next
was
sign
over.
came to be the most
They lost.
distressing of them all. The Traveler. which had only partially conducted the terraforming of Jupiter's volcanic moon of Io, was on the move once more. This was not unheard of. The traveler would routinely move from planetoid to planetoid, terraforming them for humanity to colonize. But this time, its work was incomplete, and it wasn't heading for a new patch of ground to transform. It was heading directly for Earth. The reason for this retreat was unknown to humanity at the time, but it was likely the same reason for the traveler's retreat time and time again. The forces of darkness had arrived. The broods of the Hive had arrived. The Black Fleet had arrived. The Witness's forces were here. Its advance across Sol was a tide of death, in some ways quite literally. Whilst those in the many colony ships that reached the outer system were wiped out almost universally by gravitational weapons from the Black Fleet, nowhere was there a more dramatic end than on Titan, where the Black Fleet artificially altered the moon's gravity to create a 150-foot-high wave, a super tsunami.
Dude, like, that's always scary to me when because like normal tsunamis we get are like what, maybe 20, 30, I think. Let me look up the highest tsunami recorded. I think the highest tsunami recorded was like maybe 50 feet. Highest tsunami wave ever recorded. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. The tallest tsunami ever recorded was in Lituya Bay, Alaska on July 9th, 1958. It's over 1,700 foot wide. Foot wave was the largest ever recorded for a tsunami. It inundated 5 square miles of land and cleared hundreds of thousands of trees. Remarkably, only 2 fatalities occurred. 17,000. Oh my god, that's fucking huge. That's massive. What the fuck? 1,700 feet. That's fucking
spread
insane.
Out across the oceans of Titan and shattered the
That shit's
arcologies beneath a
horrifying. Fuck
torrent
that.
of methane.
Tsunamis scare me.
The Warmind fought back against the Witness's fleet, but even with all its power, there was nothing it could do. The vessels of the Black Fleet had technology and paracausal power beyond anything the Warmind could have prepared for, including fields that teleported weapons away into a separate pocket of dimension just before they could impact the vessel. Any rounds fired at a pyramid ship, even to this day, experienced this same phenomenon. The Warmind struggled and buckled against the Black Fleet, and it was seemingly left with little choice. In a moment of desperation, realizing there was only one way it could survive, Rasputin did the unthinkable. Rasputin shrugged off his duties, disconnecting himself from his planetary network and splitting himself into dozens of disparate fragments in hundreds of installations. In an act that he would live to regret more than any other on any day, Rasputin abandoned humanity to their fate and chose to live to fight in the future. In this moment, as the forces of the Witness gathered, other interlopers were making their moves. The exiled Hive Prince Nokris and his worm god patron Zol had decided that they would descend upon Sol and planned to claim the planet of Mars for themselves. They descended upon Hellas Basin, where the Warmind's core was located. In response to these interlopers, Rasputin could do something. They were not the Black Fleet, and despite their power being immense, Rasputin was able to respond. Against these interlopers, Rasputin deployed a defense system that flash froze Nokris, Zol, and the entire brood of Hive that had followed in their wake. Such an action would not only have the effect of creating an artificial ice cap on Mars, but it also suspended the Warmind, Worm God, and Hive Prince in stasis.
This was a pretty. This is a cool DLC when we got to it.
Only when the ice caps again began to thaw hundreds of years later would this new threat re-emerge once more. At the heart of the collapse, humanity would suffer without Rasputin. But even if he had died in their defense, it would have made no difference. Humanity would die in their untold billions. The forces of the Witness were unleashed upon the worlds of Sol. Survivors from the Black Armory recall some of the moments of the Great Calamity on Earth, where the Witness's forces cut down those in front of them that could not fight back, without mercy or remorse, where the Black Fleet destroyed all the satellites above in Earth's low orbit as a titanic show of their power, when a terrible great mist was released upon Earth's surface, which turned everything that touched it to nothing more than bone and dust. The forces of the Black Fleet were ascendant, triumphant. Nothing would stop them as they slowly moved in, and soon they would be ready to take the fight to the Traveler above Earth. Soon they would make the killing blow. The Traveler was there, ready for the Witness and its disciples to claim. And here in this final moment, they would finally be able to link the Veil and the Traveler and allow the completion of the final shape. On one of the vessels of the Black Fleet, one of the Witness's disciples had been selected for the great honor of leading the assault against Earth. His name was Nezarek, the so-called final god of pain.
Alright, hold
His
on.
dark
Special pass. Smashing and or passing? Smash! What the fuck? That one? Really? You're an nasty pass? Really? I'm surprised.
Fallen, scorn,
I'm surprised, my dude.
they're just another target.
Surprised you ain't into this one. You want that guy? Look at his fleshy.
influence had invaded the dreams of
Look
a
at his
few
fleshy-
who lived in Sol
fleshy
long
body.
before even the time of the Traveler's arrival, and now he had come to this new, dark feeding ground. The Veil was in his possession, and from his vessel within the Black Fleet, he would tear humanity asunder at their home world. For this one terrible moment, all must have seemed lost. Humanity's outer colonies lay in ruin. Its great defenders all lay dead. The escaping vessels were dashed against the Black Fleet and its forces. And yet, in this moment, the most inexplicable turn of events would take place. And it was all thanks to one who the Witness had deceived long ago. Savathun.
Smash or pass? How do we feel about Bug Mom? Smash! Crazy. Crazy. Slime? I like it. What the fuck? You guys are strange. But you're so right, Smash.
The Witch Queen. After she had split from the Taken King Oryx's side, the Witness had taken note of her cunning and her viciousness. It had planned for her to one day ascend to the rank of disciple, superseding even her brother
The Witch Queen
Oryx.
DLC was pretty
In a
awesome.
move that sparked jealousy from Rolk, the first disciple, the Witness saw her as a potentially great asset. Perhaps it was to spite Rolk for his failures concerning the annihilation of a species called the Arslid. Perhaps it was simply perceived as being the best use of resources. Whatever the case, Rolk's vessel had been grounded within Savathun's throne world, and he was instructed to train her to one day ascend into the Witness's highest ranks. In this moment of true victory, she was so close to finally achieving that station. But Savathun is cunning, and she had her own plans. Savathun had no intention of following the doctrine of the Witness and completing the final shape. Perhaps it was because her existence was predicated on lies and deception that she was so easily able to fit in with its ranks. Perhaps she had learned the truth of the God Wave, and that the witness had lied to the Hive. Perhaps she wished to pursue a greater form of ascension all for herself. Whatever the case may be, Savathun did as she had previously done to Oryx when he was Ulrix. With blade in hand, she fought with Nezarec, betraying him and defeating him. It is not easy to definitively say that this is so, but Savathun might have used the innate power of the Veil to overcome Nezarec. Regardless, she did strike him down. And above Earth, she stole away the Veil, the key to the Witness's plans, before allowing Nezarec's pyramid vessel to crash deep into the surface of Luna. In this moment, the butcher of 10 million worlds, the god of lies and deception, the next in line to ascend into one of the Witness's most loyal disciples, had scuppered its plans and robbed it of the final victory that it so desperately craved. Savathun would shepherd the Veil away to the planet of Neptune, where a mixture of the planet's dense atmosphere, interference from local Vex, and the haywire signal of the Veil itself would be enough to hide it from the Witness's prying eyes. In orbit above, one of the few remaining colony ships, Exodus Indigo, carried the Ishtar Collective researchers known as Maya Sundaresh and Chioma Essie out of the chaos. They were assaulted by a disciple of some kind, but miraculously managed to fend it off with their ship's defenses. The glaive of the disciple that had struck the vessel was used like an antenna, and remarkably, it picked up the remains of Soteria's wayward submind, allowing it to safely harbor
really?
within the vessel itself.
Oh, is
Even
this?
as the Exodus Indigo would shuttle its way into Neptune's atmosphere,
Oh,
it
okay.
would find the Veil. Thus, many years later,
This is during
the hidden
Lightfall.
city of Neomuna would be born. But for the longest time, both the Veil and the city would be cloaked from the whole universe, and none would know. It would have been assumed quite
Screaming?
easily that the Exodus Indigo was just another calamitous
Me
casualty
for
of
real.
the collapse. But, in reality, their survival represented the one true hope for humanity. For here, the tide had been turned. Humanity's doom was
The
still
space-
all but assured.
the space
but without
pocket
the Veil,
dildo.
the Witness could not enact
Or
its
pocket
plans.
pussy.
It could not merge the Traveler's light with the
It
Veil's
would go
darkness.
crazy.
It could
Look at
not
that.
create the final shape. The details of what happened next are as vague and mythical as the Traveler itself. Some believed that the Warmind had indeed attempted to destroy the Traveler. Others believed that in a single titanic battle, the forces of darkness were defeated by the forces of light. Others speak of stranger tales still. But what we do know is this: the Traveler sacrificed itself to save humanity, and as it hung low above
Which is really
Earth,
weird.
it was
Surprised they
left
did that.
broken.
I never
A
did that
massive
before.
shard of the mysterious sphere can still be found as a remnant of that titanic struggle. It sits to this day in what is now known as the European Dead Zone. The forces of the Witness were either
Nothing
banished
changed in
from
Europe.
Sol
It'd be
or
like that.
left, seeing that the Traveler had sacrificed itself to save humanity. The Black Fleet was forcibly ejected into dark space, or perhaps the Witness left, hibernating there just in case there was anything it could do to one day return and achieve
Hi back.
victory.
Hi.
But for now,
I missed you.
the Traveler had won. But the
How's work?
cost
How's
was
work?
utterly staggering. Most of humanity lay dead or dying. The Warmind was nowhere to be found. Our great marvels and technology and culture had been thrown into the fire.
It was
Our knowledge was
okay.
lost, and the ravages of apocalypse were upon us.
You've been missing a couple of the
Worst of
smasher
all,
passes.
The Traveler, which had given its last full measure of benevolence above Earth,
You've been
in the
smashing
name
like
of humanity,
crazy.
was all but completely gone. Ruin was upon us. But from this moment of tragedy, a new hope was born. In the moment of the Traveler's sacrifice, thousands of tiny sparks of its own divinity were released. Tiny autonomous drones, no larger than a clenched fist, spilled forth from the Traveler. This was the birth of the ghosts.
Smasher pass. Pass. You don't want to have your own personal floating rose toy? Johnny Slime, your opinions on the ghost? Smashing or passing? Nah, he's got no attachments. Lame, but that's fair. I'll pass.
Their like had never been seen before, and they would change the fate of humanity and all those within the system once again.
There's no
Their
hole.
sacred mission, their
You can
singular
add a hole.
task, was to head out into the system to find those amongst the dead who
It can
were
change
worthy
shape.
of wielding the Traveler's light, and to resurrect them as its undying warriors.
Let's
Though
go.
they would be known as the Risen or Light Bearers in the early days, in the ages that followed, they would almost universally be heralded by another title. They would be known
Oh,
as
we know
the
your answer,
Guardians.
Specty.
But theirs was not the only light that would emerge after the collapse.
You know me.
The apex
I'm
of
just
the
a guy.
calamity, as darkness pressed in all around, out in the reaches of the asteroid belt, another miraculous occurrence would take place. Aboard one of the Exodus program vessels, known as Exodus Green, the fates of another people were being changed.
You and your rose
It would begin
toys?
with a clash
Well,
of
it's
light and
because I don't
darkness,
have anyone to
with a
smash here,
singularity and a
obviously.
young woman who would be the
I
first
need the
to
rose
cross over.
toys. The rose toys
Though
need
she
me.
would not know her destiny at the time, she would one day be sovereign. Her mother in that moment would be Starlight, and her father would be the Dark.
Oh, is it a walking time? Now I know everyone's gonna smash. Everyone's gonna smash Mara. I already know.
In the midst of the collapse, an Exodus program vessel, the Exodus Green, was partway through its journey into the stars. The passengers and crew were meant to form a new outpost of humanity somewhere out in the universe.
So, Ekis, you're off of work
Their
now?
plans were first interrupted by a silent shadow that was stalking their ship through the cold reaches of space.
I'll be
The
your
ship's
rose toy.
captain,
Hey, yo.
Alice Lee, hailed the pursuing vessel multiple times to no avail.
Say less.
Phantom Pursuer alone would be troublesome enough, but this vessel was likely one of the Black Fleet's pyramid ships, thus spelling an almost certain doom when it caught up with them.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Oh, nice.
Their plans were further altered by the
Nice,
beginning
nice,
of the
nice.
collapse. The Warmind
Did
Rasputin
you,
dispatched orders to the
Did you
Exodus
finish your
Green
homework?
to begin using its defensive kinetic weapons as artillery, and to return to the system to counter the arriving threat. Alice Lee, pursued by a mysterious assailant and being recalled to fight for a system that she would soon not even call home, ignored the Warmind's orders and sought to save her crew. Her defiance would not win her any mercy with her pursuers, which quickly entered weapons range and began to violently grip the vessel with gravity waves. Alice Lee and the rest of the crew were being stretched on a molecular level, torn asunder slowly as they tried to flee desperately. In this moment, Alice Lee sent out every combuoy antenna that she could possibly extend. She sent out a request into the dark.
I've been at work.
Anything to hear that might care.
I know.
She declared her intention.
But
that
I
her
also-
and her
I have to
crew
bully
were
you a
be
little bit,
considered
you know?
a
It's
separate
been all
entity
day.
from humanity and soul, a neutral
Been all day. I
party
haven't bullied you.
with no allegiance to Earth. Whether or not this made any difference to their fates is unknown, but there was at least one crew member who was determined to take fate into her own hands. Her name was Mara, and she had seen that soon she was likely to die. She wished to go out on her own terms, so she donned a spacesuit and went out on a long tether from the main vessel. Her brother, Aldwin, as was his nature, followed in her footsteps. As Alice Lee sent out her message, with the Exodus Green surrounded by darkness, a sudden light appeared. In that moment, a clash of primordial forces took place, and the very fabric of the universe buckled. A singularity formed within that clash of light and dark, and it began to drag the Exodus Green into
What
its
time
depths.
is it over there, Ekis?
Seeing his
It
sister
should
in
be.
mortal peril, Aldwin reached out and beckoned Mara to return to the
What is that?
Exodus Green.
7.
But Mara did not look back.
Should be like 3 or 4 o'clock, right?
And as the ship and Aldwin and Mara were pulled towards the singularity, the young woman who would one day be one of Sol's mightiest sovereigns cut the cord connecting her to the vessel.
4 p.m.
and
Yeah,
reached
I'm so
towards
smart. I did the
infinity.
math right.
She would choose her
I'm
own
so
fate.
good.
She would be the first. Within the singularity, everything would change. The people of the Exodus Green would awaken on the other side of the singularity, and they would be forever changed by the synthesis of light and dark that they had encountered. Alice Lee was the first to wake, and she discovered Mara Sov next. And as the future queen arose from a cold dream, the two of them
gotta go drive
beheld
home.
what
Okay,
Alice Lee
Ekis, drive
believed
safe.
to be a world of her own creation.
We'll be here.
Deep
Have
within the
fun. Thank you, thank you,
singularity,
thank you.
a world had been created.
Talk to you
Its rivers
later.
flowed like silver, and its endless forests teemed with life uncounted. They called this world the Distributory, and as it was located on the other side of the black hole, it was separated from the ravages of Sol. Inside the singularity, time also passed far more rapidly than it did
11:11.
outside.
Hey, it's Alondra
And so what might
Flowers.
be
My
but a
wish was
second for
answered.
us might have been 100 years
Hey,
for those
Alondra.
that lived in the Distributory.
How's bowling?
Slowly, Alice Lee and Mara Sov began.
Smash or pass? Smash or pass? What are you be thinking? You're bowling. Smash. 100% smash. We are smashing. Alondra, smash or pass? You going home right now? Nice. You and Ekis both. How odd. How odd. Everyone driving. I know. It's so weird, Johnny. It's almost like they're together right now. Smash, of course. She's so right. She knows. She knows. She knows the baddies. Are you bases? I asked. Dude, I texted her earlier and I was like, hey, did you have another account? She's like, what? She was like, hell no. No, I'm driving. Oh
to
my
wake up
god.
the others, until most of the 40,000 or so crew and passengers of the Exodus Green were also roused from their slumber. Their numbers were
the fuck
harshly
that mean?
unbalanced, with the majority of the crew being women. As a result, the society that developed within the Distributory was a matriarchal one.
Answer
and
me,
the men
please.
of the new civilization
Oh my
that was
God.
born were not often assigned to any positions within their hierarchy that might be considered hazardous in any manner, with their lifespans being practically infinite within the depths of the singularity. These people were functionally immortal, and so each of them would grow to become a fount of knowledge and experience, mastering their many crafts over the thousands of years. With their skin turned hues of blue, grey and purple, these new people strode out across the Distributory and declared
No, but I heard
themselves
someone
to be
was hitting on my-
children of a
on
covenant
my
between
twin.
the light and dark.
It's true. Basis was
They would
was
call
going after him.
themselves the Awoken. The Awoken were immediately split between those of the 891 original remaining crew of the Exodus Green and the 40,000 or so passengers that had simply been colonists in stasis aboard. The 891 were considered to be leaders, and the 40,000 were in many ways subordinate. But regardless, there were questions that all the newly reborn Awoken would be asking about their foundational experience, the existence that they now found themselves in. Answering these questions could determine the balance of power amongst this new people for time in memoriam.
Basis
So,
really
a
wants
council
Johnny.
was convened to address all concerns. Chief amongst them was whether the Awoken should return to where they had come from and leave the distributary, or remain within its bounds to prosper eternally. Those that wished to leave were known as the Echolaists, who believed that the Awoken owed a debt.
Smash or pass. I'll fight her. She's just interested in Johnny. She just wants to be Johnny's girl. Johnny asked her what her pronouns were, and she went, your girl. I thought it was pretty good. I thought they did pretty good, you know?
To the cosmos
I was impressed.
that had saved them from destruction. Those that wished to stay were known as the Sanguine, who believed that the covenant of light and dark that had created the Awoken had been made with the understanding that they would forfeit all right to their history in exchange for a new start here within the distributary. Alice Lee proudly proclaimed the Sanguine position and declared
Oh,
that
that's a
the
bullet to
Awoken
the head.
should go
Damn.
forth and explore the infant cosmos of the distributary.
You can't have all
In secret,
the
Mara Sov would counsel others gathered by her
all the
reborn brother,
reservations to
Aldrin,
Johnny.
who
Damn.
would state that when the time
People
was right,
want him.
they would all return.
He's a popular
Alice Lee
guy.
would leave this first council in an ascendant position and proclaimed herself to be the first queen of the Awoken, as she believed herself to be the first of the Awoken to have ever existed. After the many decrees about the Awoken people that day were spoken aloud into covenant and law, Alice Lee made her first command as the queen of this newly reborn people. There would be no lies amongst the Awoken. Little did she know that this well-intentioned first decree would be the source of so much pain, and would also bring about her downfall. As the Awoken people expanded out across the distributary, some would form tribal groups out by the forests
I was
and
scared.
seas. Predominantly, these people
Nah,
were of the
Johnny was
Ecologist
into it.
persuasion.
Johnny
Those who
was like,
dwelled in the
okay,
cities,
kitten.
on the other hand, tended to be of the sanguine mindset. Unbeknownst to all but a few, the seeds for division were laid in this foundational difference. One day, a woman from the original 891 crew
Whore.
of Exodus Green came forward with words like fire. She was the Diasarum, and she would loudly proclaim that Alice Lee had committed deicide, the murder of a god. It had long been accepted that Alice Lee had been the creator of the Awoken peoples and the distributary. The Diasarum stated that Alice Lee could have chosen for all the Awoken to have a divine form, that she had instead chosen to grant them the same mortal form that they had maintained in their past lives. The Diasarim stated that through this choice, Alice Lee had effectively created all Awoken suffering in the universe. She had killed their potential divinity in its crib. The real damage of the statement was not simply the notion that all Awoken had been denied an existence without suffering. It was also that Alice Lee had potentially lied by omission. She was meant to be the queen without secrets, and yet she had kept the most terrible secret
Got
for
her ass.
herself. This
Jail.
moment,
Right to
this
jail.
accusation of the murder of unborn gods, would be the event that began the first war of the Awoken, the Theodicy War. Prior to this moment, there had been no need for paladins or protectors, but with the Theodicy War, a Rubicon of conflict was crossed, and the Awoken were changed forever. The war would erode the authority of the Queen, but she would eventually send Osana Sov, Mara Sov's mother, to negotiate with the Diasarim and sue for peace. When Osana met with the Diasarim, she promised her that her daughter Mara Sov would tell her any secret she desired to know in exchange for peace. And so it was that the Diasarim traveled to meet Mara Sov atop the mountain where she resided, and was never seen again. The questions of what happened and how the Diasarim disappeared persist in the legends here to this day. Did Mara kill her? Did she cease to be, having heard an unimaginable secret? Did she change her ways and choose a new life after having caused the first war?
Mara's
Was
so
it
hot.
always Mara all along? None can be sure, but what we do know is that the Diasarim was most certainly Mara's puppet in this regard. She would allow the Ekalist cause to wither for a time. She did not believe it was the right moment for the Awoken to return, but one day, return they would. Before that time would arrive, Mara would have a chance encounter that would change her life forever. As the Sanguine's faction's truth flourished, their scribes gathered all knowledge, including portents and prophecy, to their side. In this way, they heard the discontent of Mara and Aldrin, who still quietly supported the Ekalist position. To these scholars, they represented something of an existential threat. If Mara were to ever gain power in the future, she could be the spark that started a second Theodicy war. One day, a colossal Awoken warrior would enter the court of some of these scribes, armed with a longbow so massive that only a woman of her unchallenged strength could even string it, let alone draw it to its fullest length. She declared that her name was Sieur Ido,
Smash.
and that she was hunting
Big
Marasol
smash.
for the murder of her lady, the Diasarim. The scholars of the Sanguine saw this as a chance to potentially save thousands of lives by taking just one. So they did what they could to direct Sieur, though she would still not find her quarry for a long time. Under the Awoken's second queen, Ngoya Pin, a masked figure would enter the royal court. This was Mara in disguise, and she would counsel the queen for a long time, swaying her to become an Ekalist and encouraging her to open her court to all the knowledge of the world. The many scholars gathered there would be set to work in a way that suited Mara's cause. But one day into this court, many years later, Sieur Ido would walk, still furious over the death of the Diasarim, still hunting Mara. But when she found Mara in her laboratory, she was stopped in her tracks. Her fury was suddenly tempered by Mara's grace and beauty. Her
A
hatred
baddie will do that to
wilted,
you.
and something else blossomed in its stead. Sieur Ido could not bear to kill Mara, and so she threw down her weapon. She declared that she would wound someone beloved to Mara, thus leaving her forever maimed in
True.
spirit.
You're just out here.
because she
I'm
could
gonna
not
kill
bear to
you, and then you see her,
Mara
you're
in
like,
all her beauty.
actually,
Mara could not refuse this challenge, and so her brother Aldrin became her chosen
Actually-
champion.
Aldrin,
The two-
Aldrin, guide to the right, smash or pass. I think we've seen him yet. This is how Johnny looks, IRL. This is Johnny coded right here. They got the same face, same eyes, same hair. You want to smash Johnny? This is who you're smashing, if you even care.
Ahamkara is called a whim.
What the hell? No, it doesn't. I think it does.
Warriors would battle
Pass?
each other with
Damn.
blade, with rifle, and with 5th generation superiority fighters. The news of this duel sent the scribes that had sicked Sieur on Mara into a wild panic. Over the centuries since they had sicked Sieur on Mara,
No, Johnny
they had
IRL
found
is
a
like
place
Chris?
in the new
Nah, not
Queen's
even
court,
close.
and realized that if they were found to have sanctioned this murder, they would be banished. Luckily for these idle scholars, the duel between Aldrin and Sieur would have a most unexpected outcome. When fighting with blades, The brute strength of Sieur was
JK,
equal
he's
to the
Leon.
finesse
Oh,
and
Lord, he's not
footwork
even
of
blonde.
Aldrin. They both fell together, and thus it was
Oh,
a
wait,
tie.
no.
When fighting with rifles, the two warriors fought in the distributory's great jungles. Whilst Aldrin was the better hunter, Sieur used her disruptive power to brute force a victory, swaying nature's balance against Aldrin, forcing the fauna
He's that
to
one guy
expose
from the
him.
game Shadow Heart is in
this
with the
way,
green
she
eyes.
secured victory and had
What
been
the
able
fuck?
to
That's
severely
me.
wound
What do you
Aldrin in the
mean?
process. For their final battle, both of them were supplied with any choice of ship
Baldur's
that they
Gate,
desired.
which we should
Sieur
revisit
had
Baldur's
chosen
Gate
a
at some
powerful
point.
Ermine TAC interceptor. Aldrin had chosen an outdated ship called a Dart.
You are not tall,
What
tan, and
Sieur
handsome.
failed
What
to
the
realize
hell?
was that per the terms
With
of the
good
duel,
hair? What the
any
fuck?
weapons
Yes,
that
I
could
am.
not be supplied would be simulated instead. The Dart's standard weapon loadout was capable of being
I wanna fight you.
switched
I
with
swear to
an
God.
air-to-air nuclear munition. Using this simulated munition, Aldrin scored a kill from over 80 kilometers away, and Sieur
Oh,
Ida
thank you. No,
lost
thank
before
you.
she could even see him.
What the
score
fuck?
was all tied up.
I'm
Realizing
just
the
biased.
stalemate, Sieur threw herself before Mara and said that with the tie, her fate was in Mara's hands. She pleaded for a more kind fate than that of the Diasarim, who she had sworn to avenge. Mara
No, I'm saying no
approached the
thank you to
humbled
Spectre. I don't want
warrior
to fight him.
and said,
Guys,
"Rise,
earlier,
Sieur Ida.
Alondra texted me
Let
that
us
she
take
was
the
so in love with
stars
me.
together." The exact story of
It
the
was
blossoming love
pretty
between
pretty
Mara and Sieur
heartwarming,
is
that
not
message. She was
recorded
like,
in
I love
complete
you.
detail.
I love you so
Given
much.
the lifespans of the Awoken were
I'm
near
literally
infinite,
obsessed with
many
you.
of
I
the
can't
love
admit it
endured
though, because I have to hate.
unassailably as the moon
I have to hate on
tides that
you.
it brings.
But I was like, I understand.
Mara
Don't
would
worry.
have need of strong confidants, especially
Chat,
from
we all
King
know
Lot,
he's
and
like.
few amongst the Awoken were as strong as Sieur Ida.
No.
Mara scoured the great
I'll pull up the
archives of
receipt.
Awoken, looking for
I'll
knowledge.
pull it up.
She had to prove what she already knew. that
They'll
the
see,
Awoken
they'll all
had
know.
To return to the greater universe. To do this, she launched
Go ahead.
countless
Oh, we're
satellites
busy
and
watching the
instruments of
video.
observation into
She
the
told me she
orbit of the
goons to you. I already
distributory's
like, bro. I
gravity.
know.
When
She
had
thinks
sufficient
about me every
proof,
night. She's
she
got
would
pictures
address
of
the
me.
Awoken people and tell them of this most fundamental of truths. Mara at this point was the face of the
She's
Acolyte
a
belief.
little out
And
there,
with data
but
to
I
back up
admire
her
her.
assertion, she would inform
You
the
never
Awoken
say that
of the
about
reality
me.
that they had to face. Returning to the universe at large would be perilous,
Oh
and
my
it would pull
God.
the Awoken from the distributory.
God, look at
thus
her.
robbing
Smash.
them of their
Smash.
immortality.
Hardcore smash.
But Mara's sway over the people was immense. What's more, Mara told them of the fragments that had been retrieved from the observation instruments. What little they had heard indicated that their kin on the other side
I don't
were
goon
in
to anyone but my
terrible
boyfriend
danger,
Hector.
and that
Yeah,
the
her
Awoken
fake
had
boyfriend.
escaped the same fate. The distributory was a refuge, but they had arrived there by escaping a madness more ancient
Whoa.
than one might fathom. Despite the danger and the guarantee of embracing mortality, Mara gained the support of tens of thousands of the Awoken, thus granting her the people that she would need for an
Don't call it fake just
exploratory
because you wish you were
expedition
him.
back into Sol.
Yeah. Yeah,
Before
it should have
she
been me.
left, She
Should have been
deemed
me.
that there was one thing she had to do.
I'm so sad. It makes me
Mara
so
was to
sad. I cry
rise
myself every night
the
that I'm not
first
him.
Queen of the Awoken. She who had believed the distributory to be of her design, who the Diasarim had accused
Have
so
some
long ago of
respect,
robbing
wow.
the Awoken of divinity, to whom Mara had told the first lie. Sitting with her, Mara would tell her the truth. It was not Alice Lee who had created the distributory. It was not Alice Lee who had been the first amongst their people. It was not Alice Lee who had denied the Awoken their divinity.
Oh.
It was Mara. She was the first. Alice Lee was enraged at the truth.
Mara
knowing now
top
that
tier.
Mara
Mara
had
baddie.
engineered all that had happened across the history of the Awoken, knowing that all the suffering of their people was her fault.
Squirting contest?
knowing
Let's
that
go.
Mara was guilty
Let me see.
of the very thing she herself had been
Mara,
accused
the
of.
Mara bathwater.
An
Let's go.
accusation so strong that it sparked anew the concept of war itself in a universe unblemished by it. Alice Lee would then throw her support behind
I'll be
Mara's
judged? Yeah.
expedition from that moment.
Y'all got a
Not out of
judge.
agreement, but so that she could rid the distributory of Mara forever.
No,
The
no,
last
it'll be
thing
me.
She called Mara
Yeah, you're the one
was
squirting.
the devil. After some preparation, the expedition would be successful and Mara would return to Sol.
Wait.
It was then that she discovered the system in utter chaos. She quickly established habitats and outposts within the reaches of what had been known as the asteroid belt.
I'm the judge.
It was now strewn
No,
with the
who's
abandoned
squirting
derelict
then?
vessels that had fled during the collapse, only to be destroyed by the Black Fleet. A foul reef of dead ships.
Not the
Mara's
competitor.
Utex, the same group that would one day
Smash or pass? Those girls in the game. Oh, okay. I'm down then. I'm down. Smash or pass, Johnny? I'm passing. This is not the fit. This is not the fit right here. So ugly. Why does it look like I hate this? Is one of my least
become
liked
the
outfits.
Techians,
So
also
bad.
discovered that various members of the Awoken expedition
He
had
seems like a
developed
freak.
new
They
powers
are.
upon
It's
leaving
true.
the distributory. These powers manifested most strongly in Mara, and Mara was in herself like an amplifier to those around her.
Mara's
It did not
getting
take
ready
long
for the squirt
Mara
contest.
to proclaim herself as the new sovereign of
Look at
this
her!
empire.
Look at her! Goddamn! She's hot, dude. Everyone wants her so bad. Everyone wants her. Look at that. Look at the cross
Of
legs.
the Awoken
Whew.
of the Reef.
Whew.
There were, however,
God
many who
damn.
wished to immediately depart for Earth and to assist their long-lost brethren. Mara urged caution and believed that they needed to build up a stable base of power first. Many vehemently disagreed with her. There were even riots on the matter, which momentarily plunged the reef into chaos. Exploiting this opportunity, a new set of interlopers descended on the Awoken. Through the many painful years of the Long Drift, the Elixni had arrived in Sol, more vicious and tenacious than they had ever been before. These Fallen would momentarily clash with the Awoken, and Mara, Sieur, and Aldrin had to rally their people to fight off the invaders. As the raiders were fought back, some of the Awoken had taken the opportunity to act on their desires, and a vessel was quickly launched away from the reef before anyone could stop it. Seeing her control start to wither, Mara relented. The Awoken would be given one choice each. They could either remain in the reef under her
He's
rule
way
and
too
build
hot.
towards a future for the system on their
Bungie
own
went crazy
terms,
when they made her.
or they could leave now and assist humanity at the cost of never returning again. Thus, the Awoken, who had already
So this
been
is the
torn
origin
apart
of
by
Destiny's
those who
Child?
left
Yes.
the distributory and those who stayed
You're so
were riven once again
on. You're
into
you're
the
actually very
Reefborn
accurate.
and Earthborn Awoken. Those who left Mara's control would go on to do an immeasurable amount of good for the people of Earth. Many would even be judged as being
Okay, got
worthy
it.
of becoming guardians upon their death. The worlds that they had emerged into
You don't
would be a
like girl
terrifying one,
groups.
where before humanity's
Why are you
golden
so
age had
jealous of the
stood,
girl groups?
now
They're just
there was only
cuties.
ruins, rust, and the remains of those who had died.
Can we watch One Direction instead?
collapse.
One Direction? What the fuck?
I will grant it.
The Taken haunt these halls.
Wait, I like the Little Mix. Oh my lord.
Fortuitous intersection of events for us. With what
The Dark Age.
high incantations. We are ready. Press forward.
Fury, my queen.
As the Awoken were given their
Oh my
choice,
God.
and some of them made their way to Earth, they found a solar system in turbulent chaos. The Black Fleet and its disciples had been pushed back, but there were many other threats that rose in their absence. It isn't known who arrived first or exactly when.
Can I
Records
go?
from this time
Can I
were
play
scant
Girl
and next
Piss?
to non-existent.
Girl Pisco?
Such was the nature of history and
Games.com?
technology. There would be no true
Maybe one day.
gatekeeping or timeline from this.
Maybe
moment
one day
onwards.
I will.
There would only be
How about
the
this?
vicious
How about
clone
this? I have an
cycle
idea.
of Night and day,
What
season
if,
to season. What we do know
one of the days
is that of the
I
forces that held
stream,
in Sol, the
one of the
Awakened
days
were
I
clearly
stream,
not the first.
you come into
The
stream,
Elixir's long drift had come
and
to a
we'll play it
close,
together.
but not all of them had universally settled in the
How about that?
asteroid belt, as the Awoken had discovered. Arriving in Sol, many of the different houses of the Elixir would spread out across the system. To
I'll play right now.
claim
We're
new
doing this right
territories.
now.
The House of Devils would claim
Stream's
Earth's
got like
coastal
another
drive.
30
The House of
minutes
Rain would
at
claim
most.
the sun-soaked fields of Mercury.
We'll do that
The
later.
House of Winter would claim the Ishtar Sink on Venus. And the House of Wolves would claim
No one wants to see
territory on
this?
the
I wanna
Jovian
see this.
moons. Hardy
Me.
scavengers and survivors
Okay.
that they were,
You're silly.
the Elixir's resilient physiology allowed them to survive almost
Hey,
anywhere.
I have like
So
a,
long
I
as
have
there
a
were
sudden
enough
compulsion
resources
to
for their
like
servitors
confess
to
my
turn
love
into
to you.
ether.
I just,
But at this point,
something's
they were
coming
more
over
than
me.
just
I don't know
scavengers
why.
content to pick over the bones of our
I want to see
civilization.
this.
They were drawn here by the
Johnny wants
traveler,
to see this.
and in their exodus from Reese, many houses had developed into war bands ruled by
Johnny's learning.
despots.
Johnny's learning about history.
None were as infamous as the first
Fake
known
history.
Kell
Smash.
of the House of Devils,
Smash.
Akalux, who had taken
You always
the
tell me you're in
action
love with me. I don't
that
remember
led
that.
the Exodus fleet of
So
the
shut up.
Elixir on the
I
long
don't
drift
remember
in
that.
the first place.
I don't remember that
It
at
was
all.
he who would plunder what had once been Golden Age London and burn it to the ground before taking his house eastward to the European plains and the rich hunting grounds of Baikonur.
In the Destiny
Few
universe,
were
they
the
do not like
warlords to
Europe.
establish themselves in this time
Which
either.
fair, it's Europe.
Having been drawn there by the fall of Nezarec.
Being European?
Hive forces under the banner of
Fate
Croto
worse than
would
death.
begin to infest the moon, where they
Crazy.
constructed a massive pit. This pit would
No one
eventually
likes
be
Europe.
turned into a
Very
terrifying
true.
subterranean
Not even
fortress
other
with
Europeans like
dozens of
Europe.
different offshoots, catacombs, and ritual chambers. We would know it then as the Hellmouth. From here, Croto would create the infrastructure necessary to stage a long-scale hive invasion of Earth. When the time was right, from this fortress and its attached facilities, Hive cedar vessels would be launched in the direction of Earth, and thousands
pretty.
upon thousands of
I
Crota's
do.
brood would
He's
be
lying.
involved.
He don't like
The Hellmouth's
Europeans.
construction had been built in a downwards fashion for another reason, though.
Is he
Crota's
gay or is he
forces were
European?
intent on reaching the
How do
pyramid
we
of
know?
Nezarec, but much as they tried to gain access, they were always denied by the pyramid itself. And
He
so they
keeps
collected
going
in its
against
shadow,
me
like a roiling
because I'm
colony
not
ants, with
bassist.
dreams of stellar conquest and dark gods.
True.
Crota's father was not far behind, as many of Oryx's servants
You're smashing
were often
Oryx.
found in proximity of those worlds blessed by the light. As he had done many times before, he quietly established his presences throughout the system, seeding worlds with
I
his
hate
forward
her.
armies, advanced broods on Earth.
He-
the Jovians,
nah, he's
the
in love with
asteroid
Ekis
belts, and
now.
beyond. They would prepare for the day
Ekis
when
is now
Crota's
his
army
number
was
one
ready,
girl.
and would bring forth great tribute in the king's name. Whilst some intruders were subtle, others
Whoa.
were utterly blunt. None more so than the
What the?
Cabal.
I know, it's
Multitudes
crazy.
of
He's
scout
moving in.
legions sent by Dominus Gaul
He's
arrived
muscling
in
his
Sol,
way in.
including
That's
the
my
Sand
girl.
Eaters, Dust Giants, Siege Dancers, Blind Legion, and Skyburners. Together, they would
Pretty
collectively lay claim
crazy.
to Mars and spread their forces across its
We
surface
back.
to rapidly
See,
establish
I
a
knew that.
series of heavily entrenched bases.
Have you
and
not
battle
noticed? See,
lines.
that's why
Their
I'm
control
not
over the
hitting
moon
on
of Phobos
Ekis.
was so complete
Because you
that they
two
were
were
able
back
to
together.
establish
I
an
don't
entire
want to
fleet
like
base there.
intrude.
Base Kouros, a staging ground for the Skyburners and their vessels.
That's
and
so
a defensive
disrespectful,
arc that would
Johnny.
Coordinate the operations of the Cabal throughout the system.
Ooh,
There were
Johnny.
indications
Ooh.
that even these
thought
initial
we were
scout legions
cool.
were capable of some terrifying levels of destruction.
It's pretty fucked
Destruction
up,
on a
Johnny.
planetary scale. With that in mind, one of their most powerful assets was probably a trio of scion flayers that had evolved into their greater forms. This trio, known as the Ice Reapers, was
Smash.
responsible for intelligence gathering and the retrieval of advanced technology, but their psionic powers were also put to display in a most prominent fashion. The flayers began to pull Mars's moon of Phobos into an unnaturally low orbit to the point where you could prominently see it in the Martian sky. Supposedly, this was to be used as a weapon of last resort that could be deorbited from Mars, thus destroying the entire planet if the campaign was going badly. Such force feels excessive, but it is characteristically the Cabal way, and their
Don't
powerful
act
munitions
confused.
and strong logistics operation
Yeah,
would
Johnny,
allow
why are
them
you trying to act
contend
confused?
with the awakening of the oldest beings within Sol. Deep within the cores of many of our planets and moons, lakes of radiolarian fluid began to flow with a renewed purpose. All across the system, from Venus to Mercury to Mars, the Vex began to awaken. The Ishtar Collective had
I'm lost.
previously
What about-
discovered them on Venus in the Ishtar Sink, and had determined that their ruins had been there for billions of years. Now those ruins began to spring to life, and Vex frames began to emerge from those ruins to accomplish the inscrutable goals of the Vex.
Smash.
Whilst many worlds were blighted by the Vex, some, such as Mercury, were completely overrun.
Lost in my girl's eyes,
Mercury's
huh?
core was consumed
So
and
true.
completely hollowed out
So
to create a
true.
giant Vex simulation engine known as the Infinite Forest. The once lush paradise and breadbasket of the system that Mercury had been was transformed into a blasted wasteland, pocked with the stony spires and metallic plating of Vex installations.
Johnny's just a whore.
And
He's
then,
just going after
at the
everyone's
heart of it
girl.
all, there was humanity. Broken, fractured, surrounded, and desperate. The collapse had been a body
I miss
blow to
one
us as
streaming
a
and
species.
disrespected left and
We now faced the
right.
grueling task of surviving
This is
a hostile
insane.
system that had once been our dominion.
That's okay, Alondra.
Whilst the whole of
I still
humanity was
respect you.
threatened, there was one group who found themselves in an utterly unique
I still respect
situation.
you. I would never
On the
never
edges of
hurt
the
you like
system,
this.
The Exodus
I can't
Indigo
do
had
this.
landed on Neptune, having been damaged by an attack.
Oh my God,
on
I'm
their
on
vessel
my
by one of the
knees.
disciples of the Witness,
Damn.
or what is presumed to
I
be
don't
a
care.
disciple.
No.
On Neptune, they were
Johnny,
able
you
to
better
use their ships'
apologize to
supplies,
Alondra.
including a
How could
small
you hurt
amount
her
of
like
Siva,
this?
to establish a basic habitable colony. And then came the remarkable discovery that Savathun had left for them: the Veil. Amongst the number of the Exodus Indigo were the Ishtar Collective researchers Chioma Essie and Maya Sundaresh. They would set about studying the Veil and would eventually find a way to derive power from it, even though it would have many adverse effects on many of the EXO members of their crew. It didn't take long for the Vex to discover them, and whilst they would be able to push into Neomuna's outer defenses, they were consistently stopped by the energy emitted by the Veil itself. In response to this, the Vex created a simulation that was woven into Neptune's electromagnetic field. This hid all in proximity of the Veil and the Veil itself, thus preventing any humans within that area from being detected by the outside world for a long time. It would also cut them off from any potential reinforcements, but this worked
I like how
out well
Johnny
for the
still hasn't
fledgling
apologized.
colony
He's
on
just like, I'm
Neptune.
confused.
They were able to hold
Just
the
left
Vex
it at that.
bay and to secure their prosperity in the
Alondra,
time
he's
being.
pretty fucked up.
The screen hiding them from all of the events of the system meant that they were in relative isolation. Thus, with their infrastructure and their defenses starting to be built up, the city of Neomuna was born. One of its
Pretty fake for that
earliest
one.
residents, a woman named Michaela Eulaha, was exposed
He's not gonna
to some
apologize
of
'cause
the
he doesn't know what's
technology that had
happening.
been brought with
Nah,
them
it's
on the
fake.
Exodus
So
Indigo.
fake.
In particular, she was exposed to a strange series of nanites from Siva.
How could he do
The
that to
nanites
you?
infected her body and violently changed it, forcing her to grow
I would
mutant
never
protein
do that to
across
you, but
parts
for
of
real,
her
he's not
body,
my twink
giving
anymore.
her remarkable strength and
Basis can have
incredible
him
speed,
now.
as well as the ability to regenerate. She used this accident to her advantage and became a
He's
vicious
for the
fighting
whores.
force against Neomuna's
Damn.
Vex invaders. Though she would only live for about 10 years after the accident, she would be known from then on as the Strider, and her selfless actions were the creation point for the Cloud Strider organization. As time went on, the establishment
Smash?
of the Cloud Striders was
Smash?
made.
Smash or pass? Apparently for Ekis too. I can't believe she would do that to me. You weren't giving her enough attention again. You need to give them some love, you know? Some sugar. Pass? Yeah, it's a pass for me. I'm too mad to smash
more
anyone right
entrenched.
now.
They
You
had a
could just
device that
angry
they would
smash
eventually
people.
use called the
I've been
Sidereal,
busy.
and that would allow them to create new Cloud Striders.
Well, we've
Thus,
missed you,
given the
damn it.
nature of the experimental technology being used, only 2 Cloud Striders would be created at a time. One of the later Cloud Striders, by the call sign of Stargazer, would head out on a mission
Apparently
to Earth
not.
to make contact with any
I
remnants
missed
of
you.
humanity that they
So, I
could
mean, that's
find.
all that counts,
They
right?
hoped to find
That's all that
segments of
matters.
human civilization that they
Me.
could establish diplomatic communications with, perhaps even uplifting them to
Not at all.
rejoin
All right.
humanity on
All right.
Neomuna.
Okay.
What they
Sure.
discovered on Earth
All right. Cool.
was anarchy.
Whatever.
Earth's people had not
Not
been
like
as
I care.
fortunate as Neptune's.
Not like I
Many of
care
them had
that
been eking out
that
a
I
living
care
from
about
what
you.
little remained.
Not like I want you to
Worse
care about
still,
me. Not
for
like
those that had
not
been
like I'm
blessed
in.
by the
I.
traveler's light.
It doesn't matter,
these
Alondra.
early
I
Dark
don't
Age
care
days,
anymore.
There was little to stop a light bearer
Do whatever
or a
you want.
ghost from being considered a god.
I
Every time
guess.
someone killed them, they could be brought back from the grave. With their ability to defy death and with the paracausal abilities that they had been gifted with their light,
Eventually, someone's gonna
quickly
actually
rose to
believe
become
I'm in you.
regional rulers. These were some of the first warlords, light bearers who
You were
used
gonna
their
say you were
powers
in
to
love with
impose
me
their
again. I
will
heard
over
it. I
others
almost said it
and
too.
dominate the world as they saw fit.
Shut
One
up.
strider known as Stargazer would encounter a
Shut
warlord
your
at some
mouth.
point, and they were followed by a small army numbering in the hundreds.
Oh.
They shot the warlord and retreated with their team inside a warmind bunker. Before destroying the bunker to prevent its harmful weapons from getting into the hands of their aggressors, Stargazer petitioned one of Rasputin's surviving submines, Malahiyati, to delete
No, but
all
for real, so
references
eventually
across the
someone's gonna
warmind
come in here
network
and
to
be like,
Neptune
"Oh,
and
he
the
really
Exodus
does
Indigo.
like
This
Alondra.
would
Oh,
keep
that's
the presence
interesting."
of Neomuna truly secure and would make
Be
us
like, "What the fuck?"
blissfully unaware of its existence for hundreds of years. When Stargazer returned to Neomuna, they were ready to inform
Because
the
you
populace
actually
of their
do.
findings.
Uh-huh.
And for the longest time, it
Okay.
would be the belief of all Neomuni
What makes you say that,
Earth
huh?
was merely a lawless frontier.
You
filled
want
with
me to be in love
tyrants
with you.
and warlords, and those trying desperately
You're manifesting
to
it at
survive.
this point. How
For
could
the
you do
longest
that?
time, they would have been right to believe such a thing too. For in the earliest days of the Dark Age, war ravaged the entire system, and nobody was truly safe. The Neomuni were not the only ones.
No,
to know
everyone
this.
knows. No,
The
no, no,
Awoken
no,
were keenly
no.
aware that the system was treacherous. It was for this reason that Mara Sov sent out.
They-
her
everyone
brother,
knows it's a
Aldrin,
bit.
to seek
Everyone
a
knows it's
source of
fake.
power for her that was unique in this system, thus granting her an asymmetric advantage. Aldrin scoured the system and returned with a mysterious paracausal creature, a wish dragon. Also known as an
Yeah, a bit. Smash or pass. Smash or pass. That's what they call it now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just a bit.
Rightfully yours. Think what good it could do in your hands.
Smash or pass the giant dragon with tentacles. I'd smash. Pass for you.
These beasts were shapeshifters,
Lame.
capable of completely altering
You
their
gotta
form.
smash.
The Ahamkara were
But
also
I know
armed
smash for
with a
Ekis.
terrible power, wish
Dude,
magic.
she loves her tentacles.
Paracausal
100%.
ability
She loves
that allowed
tentacles.
them to read the desires
She
of
a
their
freak a
prey
leak like that.
and then grant their wishes,
True.
whilst also twisting the threads of fate to do so. Unfortunately,
There was a
in the
earlier there was a
twisting of
guy
such
with
wishes,
4 arms and she
Faustian
wanted to smash.
bargains would be created. Thus, petitioning a wish dragon for one's desire was a perilous process requiring great discipline. The creature that Aldrin had discovered and presented to Mara called itself Riven in honor of its new hosts, honoring the twice Riven Awoken. But it was not alone. Wish dragons populated the system on almost every planet, but were particularly concentrated on Venus. Together, Riven and Mara
really? They were on
set about
Venus?
creating a
I didn't know
grand
that part.
home for the Awoken and the Ahamkara. Mara declared that they would be more than survivors, though. They would be a people, and thus, through Mara's vision and Riven's magic, the Awoken would build a place worthy of their people, the Dreaming City. This would not be the Awoken capital, but it would be one of their most holy sites, a place for them to learn, connect with their
Yeah,
ancestors,
I love this
and
location.
meditate on the nature of the world.
This place is
Ahamkara would
that
flock
one
to the
so
Dreaming
pretty.
City,
I love that place.
and they would live alongside the Awoken for a time in a mostly peaceful, albeit cautious, symbiosis. Yet another secret enclave was constructed in Sol, but this time on Earth. There was no place for people to run to, not yet at least. In those early days, refugee caravans trailed across the world, looking for anywhere that they might find some degree of safety. Some would attempt to establish small settlements and towns like Palamon or Coyote, and whilst these places would be home to some, they were not fated to last. Fallen raiders, rogue light-bearers, and the wilderness of the frontier would be the forces that eventually spelled doom to these settlements. Hope was scarce indeed, but slowly from the ashes of ruin and death, a spark of hope would be kindled. One day, a group of 5 warlords set a village to the torch. Another group of light-bearers made their presence known that day, and at great cost they defeated the would-be tyrants and vowed that there would be no more death. There would be no more without protectors. Humanity needed its protectors. And so it was that these first 4 light-bearers present on this day would become some of humanity's first great guardians. Radagast, Perun, Yolda, and Saladin would be counted among the very first of the Iron Lords. In time, they would bring more legendary figures into the fold: Silumar, Gelion, Scory, Timur, Ephrodite, and Felwinter. And when Felwinter was folded into the Iron Lords,
Smash.
he agreed that they would be able to use his peak. Though he kept the name of Felwinter Peak, from it the Iron Temple was born, and Earth had its first small enclave of relative safety for some. But it would not be the last, and luckily it would be maintained even though Silumar had to rebuild it multiple times. The names of the Iron Lords would be honored within the Iron Temple under an ironwood tree, and those names would stand in legendary regard amongst Guardians even to this day. This was the first knightly order that would bring some semblance of control and peace to the world. They would challenge the warlords and drive them back. Under the tutelage of the original Iron Lords, many great heroes would be molded into the finest protectors of humanity, one way or another. Not least amongst
Smash
their number
Saladin
would be an awoken man of great strength, called Zavala, and a strange human of impatient disposition and great knowledge.
Old man bald, we not smashing. He's
The
getting
heroes of
past.
Earth had begun to make their mark, but the people of Earth still needed a true place to call home, and the Iron Temple was not large enough for the whole of humanity. For so many, there was but one place they could go, one place more obvious than any other. They went to that strange place where the Traveler had made its final stand. In the shadow of this broken god, humanity's remnants would begin to regroup. The refugee camp grew and grew, and eventually their numbers swelled to the point where everyone needed to be properly organized. And in this moment, we nearly destroyed ourselves once again. From the huddled masses, there were inevitably different perspectives on what had to be done. We should make ready to leave Earth for good. We should stake our claim and choose strong leaders to guide us. We should prepare for war. Each of these different ideas in turn attracted more and more people. Eventually, they attracted light-bearers. And before the camp had even truly been able to establish itself, there were factions within its boundaries. And as these factions began to clash, Light-bearer would eventually fight Light-bearer. It was in this time that the division within this fledgling refugee camp gave a perfect opportunity for the Fallen to arrive and plunder the great host of human survivors.
These
They did not
cinematics
know
are
the
really
true
fucking
power
cool,
of the
dude.
Guardians on that day, though, and in the face of an external threat, the factions were able to
I'm
put aside
really
their
excited for Final
differences
Shape on
and
Tuesday.
repel the invaders. These skirmishes were known as the Faction Wars, and they nearly destroyed the only home humanity had on Earth. A leader would need to step forward. Someone would need to organize them. But it would not take long for the Elixni to return. This time, though, they would return in strength. The Faction Wars may have been the first time that this new fledgling city had seen battle, but it would not be the last. As more and more Guardians returned and as more and more walls were being erected to defend what was this small refugee encampment, eventually, the House of Devils saw a moment to strike. This would be the first great conflict between the Elixni and humanity on such a scale, and for the Fallen, it was dramatically important. They had seen that the Traveler had settled on Earth. They had seen that it had died for this other people. They had even seen that it had sheltered them beneath its great bulk. And worst of all, it had granted its gift, its blessing, to the various members of that civilization even beyond its own death. For the Fallen, this was not just a religious war. This was their moment to prove that they were still worthy of the
Fallen
great
were assholes in the
machine.
game, man.
And so the House of Devils descended upon the city in numbers. The defense of the city under this barrage of fallen artillery was mostly conducted by guardians, though some rudimentary frames and some members of the civilian population would be armed. In this terrifying fight, this first battle, there would be 6 different fronts, and the many guardians that would hold those different fronts would not let even a single one break. Thus the battle was known as the Battle of the 6 Fronts, and from this moment, the city would truly emerge. It was humanity's first true victory, and many legendary guardians such as Commander Zavala, Saint 14, Lord Shaxx, and Osiris would emerge as legends on that day, having defended the city with their vicious light. It was also in this moment that many other legends were born. A speaker had come forward, one who could supposedly hear the traveler's voice, and what's more, he had begun to organize the last city properly. There were factions within our ranks, and there were various light bearers that needed organizing. It was clear now that the light bearers were split across 3 disciplines: hunters, titans, and warlocks. The speaker created a vanguard.
At this point, this would be like
A group
explaining
of
the game
3
because he's getting close
would
to.
not let even a single one
Wait, what the hell
break.
happened?
Thus, the battle was known as the Battle of the 6 Fronts. And from
Why did it go
this
backwards?
moment, true 14
Hey, go back.
created a vanguard, a group of 3 individuals, one representing each discipline. Titans were heavily clad in the greatest of armor.
I'm
and
a
favored more
warlock.
brutish aspects of martial combat. Their will
I
to
started as a
charge the
Titan,
enemy
but then
was
I
only
switched over to
tempered by their
Warlock pretty
instinct
fast.
to defend those in need. Hunters were nomadic and free-spirited. They often roamed alone or in small posses, acting as scouts on the wild frontiers of Earth or beyond, or bold adventurers, willing to disregard authority and their own safety for a little glimmer and glory. Warlocks quickly became known for their wisdom
That's me!
and sheer arcane power. Of all the different classifications of Lightbearer, their connection to the Traveler was the fiercest, and through that connection, they would unearth grand arcana and forge new techniques of light. These Lightbearers that had defended this encampment would no longer be known as Lightbearers, though. Thanks to their defense of this fledgling city, the Lightbearers had earned themselves a title. It would define them for the rest of their existence. They would be known as Guardians, and the first amongst the vanguard were drawn from their number. Thus, Saint 14, Osiris, and
Smash.
Tallulah Fairwind
Smash Saint 14.
ascended to be the
Who the fuck is
first
that?
ever mentors of the vanguard, for the Titans, Warlocks, and Hunters respectively.
I don't like her.
And as for the factions,
I
they
don't like her
also lived in.
bangs.
Whilst they had nearly destroyed the last
Why are
city
her
during
bangs
the
like
faction
that?
wars, they still represented many important perspectives. And so, with them in mind, the speaker would take a look to see which ones were worth representing. Those that had directly instigated violence were exiled permanently, but those that had not, and those that had peacefully laid down their arms, would be allowed to continue persisting. Of the many that petitioned to be represented more directly, there were 3 that were most popular: the Concordat, the New Monarchy, and the Dead Orbit. Their perspectives would be represented on a consensus council. They would be at the heart of
What was
government.
mine?
within
I think
the
the
consensus at
faction I
large,
always went with was
that was
New
also
Monarchy.
joined by the Vanguard members
It had
and the
armor
speaker.
I liked.
There was also a greater consensus council that also consisted of any other citizens and other factions within the city. Those such as the Future War Cult or the Symmetry were represented here in addition. This was by far the greatest echo of the Battle of the 6 Fronts, the union of humanity's light-bearing defenders and those who would represent the civilian population into a government was a significant step forward for humanity. But it wouldn't be the only echo. The 6 fronts for which the battle was given its name were held predominantly by 4 Titan orders. As best we know, they were the Pilgrim Guard, the Firebreak Order, the Stoneborn Order, and the First Pillars. Regardless of which of these orders were present on that day, we do know that the defense of this fledgling city on 6 fronts by 4 orders of Titans is the reason for Titan heraldry being what it is, a hexagon of 6 sides with 4 different divided pieces to it. Their heraldry has always remembered 6 fronts.
That's where they got it.
It is one of their proudest achievements to defend the last city without a single one of these fronts breaking. And as it began to grow, this fledgling city that had once been nothing but a refugee camp simply became known as the Last City, the last safe haven for humanity in Sol, as best we knew at the time. Whilst there were some amongst the Titan Orders who lamented the way that 6 fronts ended, in particular the Firebreak, who wished that they could have their glorious charge into the ranks of the retreating Fallen.
Back when I used to play as
other dangers throughout
when I
the
started
system,
as a Titan, I
soon
did
the
the
Guardians would
fire.
be rallied to deal with
What
them.
is it?
In particular,
The Firebreak
securing
Order
the city's
one,
defenses
which
would allow us to turn our
the
eyes to the rest of the
hammer.
system.
Hammer
There were
subclass.
terrible things happening on Venus. In particular, the Ahamkara was starting to transform it. We didn't understand why at the time, but it is likely that this is thanks to the intervention of the Nine. And from what we had seen, we had realized the power of these terrible beasts was a threat that we could not allow to exist. And so the order was given. The Guardians would hunt down the Ahamkara and bring about their extinction. It was not an easy choice to make. Guardians had gained power from their bargains, but much had also been lost, and Ahamkara bargains were notoriously Faustian. The Ahamkara would be hunted down and made extinct. The terrible weight of this decision would be a stain upon Guardian history.
They really
for all
fucked
our
up with this
days.
one. This was a really bad
Thankfully,
choice
though,
they did.
we weren't truly efficient. For all the Guardians that did hunt down dragons, there would be many that didn't return. And there were rumors that some escaped the hunt, though the Cryptarchy mostly dismissed this as nothing but superstition. But the Guardians never found Riven. Marasov had hid her away in the Dreaming City, and at long last, she had found her unique source of power. But this was not the only tragedy that would befall the Lightbearers in the Dark Age. As what one might consider to be the Dark Age drew to a close, the Iron Lords were making significant progress in cutting down their warlord aggressors. Earth was starting to fall under one banner where human territory was concerned, and the Iron Lords were doing a decent job at uniting humanity. And then, they discovered something. The Iron Lord Warlock, known as Felwinter, was searching relentlessly for Siva alongside Lord Timur. The nanotechnology that was meant to all but guarantee the self-sufficiency of humanity would be a grand prize. In fact, for many of the Iron Lords, it would be an obsession. Eventually, Felwinter discovered where to find it, and he also discovered something about himself. He learned that he was a Siddhartha Golem, an exo risen to be Rasputin's eyes and ears within humanity, effectively a spy, but more accurately, someone who would be able to keep tabs on human civilization and for Rasputin to learn from. But when Felwinter was destroyed and then risen again as a light-bearer, what little of Rasputin that remained on Earth was incensed and enraged. Continuously, Felwinter would be the target of orbital strikes and strange attacks from any Warmind installation that he went near to. Felwinter was in many cases like a son to Rasputin, and what little of him had recognized Felwinter in that moment was jealous of the Traveler for having stolen his son, or what he would think of as his son. And like so many jealous fathers, Rasputin would seek to punish his offspring. Eventually, with much work and dedication, Felwinter would discover that there was a production
Just a
site
hater.
for Siva
He's
nanites
just a hater
in
for
the
real.
eastern section of the Cosmodrome. This
Wrong
was what
with
the
him?
Iron Lords had been looking for. It represented a way to lift the people of humanity out of squalor and to return us to the Golden Age. The Iron Lords descended upon the Cosmodrome in force at the order of their leader, but first amongst equals, Lord Radagast. More than 100 Iron Lords descended upon the Cosmodrome, but what they found that day was not Siva as a tool, but Siva as a plague. Siva had been given orders upon
I didn't
noticing
particularly
the intrusion and
like
presence
this
of
DLC.
Felwinter.
It was
These
good,
orders
but I
came from the
also didn't
remnant
like
of
it. Smash.
Rasputin that controlled it.
Smash.
It was
Smash.
a series of orders contained in only 3 words. 3 words that Rasputin would live to learn and regret till the end of his life. Replicate, eliminate, immunize. The nanites were unleashed as weapons, and there was nothing that the Iron Lords could do. Over 100 Iron Lords descended into that place, which would one day be called the Plague Lands. Of those 100 or so that entered, there would be only 2 survivors that day. Lord Saladin Forge.
How long is this video?
Aphrodite.
10 hours.
Seaver production
We're not
was
watching it all
momentarily
tonight.
stopped.
I'm about to end
The
stream.
Iron Lord Yolda had
Very
taken
long.
an explosive device deep into the Seaver replication complex, and she had managed to detonate it.
He's
just
very,
as everyone
very
was being
long. This
consumed
man
by the nanites.
took
But
months
even
to
in
put
their
this
failure,
together.
The legend of the Iron Lords
Before
lived
the
on, partly
that
as
girl
a
looks like
cautionary
Lindsay
tale,
Lohan.
and partially as a
I see it
heroic
now.
one.
Fuck, it's ruined.
And they were not
It's
alone.
ruined.
The lost city might have been
I
built
don't
on
want
the
her
greatest
anymore.
tragedy
10
of
hours,
humankind,
yeah.
but from its humble beginnings, legends would rise, and with them, there would be a chance for humanity to
When's the
prosper.
quiz? The quiz
Once
will
again.
next week. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a quiz next week. Make sure you fill out everything. Your Scantron will be provided. Your pencil will be provided. You'll get a couple. Okay, I'm gonna stop you
Something-
here though. We're 3 hours in. At this point, I'm getting really sweaty in this room. Okay, I need the worksheet to fill out. Yeah, okay. You'll need the Scantron, and then you'll also need to write a short paragraph of who is the biggest baddie that you wanna kiss. Mm-hmm. Mara. Oh, you're already winning. Next question. Easy. That's already, you got bonus points for picking the right one. Mara. Okay. So automatic A for you. You did good. You did good. You passed this class so hard. Yay. You'll get a nice special treat if you pass. But it seems like you are. A sweet treat? Yeah. My fave. Perfect. I'm glad you're gonna enjoy it. But yeah, okay. So at that point, we'll stop here for the city age, because, again, it is 10 hours. It is long. It is 12. Now, I like spending time with y'all. We gotta slow down. I wanna see something. I wanna see what this nonsense Alondra's always talking about. I wanna see what she's talking about. What the hell? You just got back? Uh-oh. Where is... That's the one. girlsgogames.com. You were gooning? What the fuck? What do you mean? Okay, Alondra, I'm fucking... What is this? What is this? What the hell is this? You got 2 hours left to stream? Sir, I should go to bed because I gotta wake up. Girls games, duh. This bothers me. Sarah's cooking class. Wait, the cooking ones are fun? I'm gonna start streaming and just play that for hours. You'll get an audience. You'll definitely get an audience. And yep, yeah, that'll get you the audience. That'll do it. That's his hard times. Nose hospital. ASMR sty treatment. What are these? You do not play these games. You're lying to me. How to become what? How to become popular at school with princess? This game is offline / inaccessible on this website. These games used to go so hard when I was young, but now they're ass? Well, because they've always been ass. Can I go back, please? No? I won't be real with you. 100%. If you can recognize that they were not good now, they're ass. Sisyphus Simulation. Now that's my type of game. What do you mean? What is happening? Why is he dancing like this? I need to get the real Sisyphus game. Oh my lord. Okay, I'll get a mic and headset next paycheck. Hey, Alondra Flower streams? Hype. Why is it so fucking loud? Get some bitches. She had Ekis, but you stole Ekis from her. I got enough, thank you. You were not streaming before me. Imagine she does stream before you? Bro? Like, what are you doing? Yes, I am. I'll be there. I'll be there day one. I'll be there day one. Alondra, this is the shit you play? I'm lacking? 100% you're lacking. Starting streams next week, I'll be there. Johnny stream tomorrow. Alright, let's go. I'll be there. Not that specifically, but still, this is the quality of game you play. And I have tennis salon party. I have various things to jump girl. What the fuck? To judge you on. I don't play VR chat on stream. You should. Do it. Do it, silly. And then get banned from Twitch. Oh my god. Well, you just don't go to the R18 worlds. Because they get too silly? Okay. Okay. Just go to... You're gonna play with yourself on stream? What the fuck? Single player game, right? Pause. Pausing. Unpause. Unpausing. Do it on FaceTime instead. And she said she's not perverted. Oh my god. He laughed. He gets it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, pervert. Okay, Miss Pervert. We twins. Where's Slime? Slime should be saying that. Where is he? God damn. So we've covered this stuff. There's still all this. There's still all this. He peeing? How do you know he's peeing? Not a pervert. She's a pervert. Ekis admits she's a pervert, and she's 100% a pervert. She's down bad half the time. She wants tentacles. The least you can do is admit that you're a pervert. Discord, these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers are just on Discord. They've been nutting and edging. I'm not a pervert. I'm just silly. I told you we gooning. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, fine. I'll join the call. That makes you a pervert. You're outing yourself as a pervert. You just don't want to be honest about it. Moaning and groaning. Okay, fine. I won't. Jeez. No, I want you can join it and then just admit you're a pervert. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. No, not anymore. All right. Okay. Whatever. All right. You ruined it. Shut up. Shut your mouth. You the biggest perv I know. Not even. There's other people you know that are bigger perverts. I'm not a pervert like that. I'm standard pervert. My perversions are normal. He is. Alondra, you don't even know my perversions. Back away. Jar. Motherfucker. Motherfucker put me in the jar. I hate you. How could you do that to me? I? Side eye? Why are you side eyeing me? Hmm? For what reason would you side eye me? Time out for you? No, I don't belong. You belong in that jar. I'm gonna put you in that jar and I'm gonna fill up the jar until you drown. The hell is that noise? I keep hearing a weird noise and I'm not sure where it's coming from. That's intense. Yeah. Yeah, it's because I care about him. Let's all be friends. Okay. We're friends. It's okay. What's okay? That we're friends? Yeah, I mean, yeah, we are, right? We're friends. We've been friends. We've been good friends. Let me bring my little guy up a little bit. He needs to be free from the corner. Free him from the corner. Let's all be friends without Spectre. Okay, she's dead to me. I'm gonna get rid of her. I've had enough of her. She talks too much. She opens her mouth too many times. I'll bring my little guy up. What the hell? It ain't little. I know it ain't little. Whip it out. Whip out that schlong. There we go. I'm gonna one of these days. One of these days, Alondra. You and me, you and I, it's gonna get crazy. It's gonna be violent. It's gonna be crazy. Cops will be called. Slime will be crying. Johnny will egg us on. It'll be crazy. No, never. Thank you. No, it's gonna happen. You can't prevent this. It is inevitable. Just as the sun rises and sets, it will be inevitable. You cannot prevent it. It's over for you. I'm sorry. Doubt it. You can doubt all you want. You'll be wrong. You'll be wrong in the end. You don't even know what I'm referring to. But you'll be wrong. What's that noise? I keep hearing a noise and I'm not sure what the hell the noise is. Like a buzzing, but I don't know where. Weird. It's really weird. But it's the lady in your walls. That's you. No one matching my freak. Alondra can match your freak. She's pretty freaky herself. She gets crazy. Her little her ussy. Crazy. Not as crazy as Slime's, but it gets crazy. Now he got bassist and Ekis now. That's true. He's pretty fake. He's pretty fake. What the? Her ussy crazy. Um. Um. You know. My ussy. Yeah, your ussy. You know how your ussy is. Sector, you cannot be claiming shit. Oh my god. Oh my lord. He knows from experience. It's true. I know things he wishes he did. Well, I know Slimes. And from your aura, I feel like your aura gives off a lot of of what of what's going on, you know? Oh, that's crazy. What the fuck? From the You mean a screen? I'm just letters on a screen. I've seen pictures. Standard pictures, you know, of like your head. But yeah. You know how it is. You know. Slime knows. Slime knows what I'm talking about. My head. Oh my god. You mean selfies. I don't want to call it that right at this moment. I feel like the more I yap and the more awkward I make it and unhinged, the funnier it sounds. Wait, what? What are you talking about, boy? You try to make me look bad so hard. I hate you. Okay, for one, you don't look bad. You look great. Amazing even. Just a just a girl in need of money. That's just you. Um and you got like nice a nice personality, you know? It's working too. Wow, that's fucked up. Chat break his kneecaps. And then her voice from the last time, from the last stream where she was in chat and yapping on Scribble, she's got a cute voice. She sounds pleasant to talk to, you know? Like guys, if you want a nice sugar baby that will be violent, hit up Alondra Flowers for it and give her money. Money her now. Money now. Bro, please stop perceiving me. I'm not real. Oh my god. Oh my god. If you want another sugar baby with less ideal vibes, more strange gay worm territory, hit up Slime X Man. He's got you covered with that aesthetic. Not do he will not provide any comfort whatsoever, and if you even try to provide him with anything, he will simply just reject it. Gay worm territory is actually crazy. True. Even if you give him money, he will pretend to not understand the concept of money or understand things that are supposed to be done with the money or why he's getting the money. He'll just be brain dead when you interact with him. That's if you want him, that's what you get. I think you're wonderful, Alondra Flowers. Word. She is wonderful. She's 100% wonderful person. She's silly. She says the opposite of what she means, but she's silly. And she's a cutie. Johnster Johnman over there. That guy. Okay? If you want a sugar baby with himbo vibes, but claims twunk status, likely does act like a twunk, possibly acts more twinkish. He's your man. He's your man. Feel like you'd be a reliable sugar baby, you know? I feel like you get your money's worth. And you'll be set. Okay? He's not gonna go crazy like slime. Why is he just reading us to film? What kind of stream is this? This is the friend fanfic Slime was missing. He was talking about bringing back the friend fanfics. And I'm half asleep now. So now we're just indulging in his delusions that he wanted me to provide. It's all good. It's all good out here. All good, all Gucci. I hope you liked the my advertisements for y'all as sugar babies. Oh my god. But no, I didn't like you talking about ussies. What do you want me to talk about then? What anatomical uh shape object would you like me to discuss? I can give you your lesson. Nothing, go to sleep. It's late. It is late. I need to go to bed. I'm done. I've had enough. I'm gonna go wash my face and brush my teeth and and relax. Cause it's tired. It's late. What are we chatting about? Okay, I gotta keep going because Ekis is here. I gotta keep going. I have no choice. Hi Ekis. You're so cute. You're lovely. What? How would I advertise Ekis? How would I advertise Ekis? The fuck? His princess is here. Both of my princesses are here. What do you mean? You and Ekis. I have clear affection for the both of you. You know? I am but a mortal man amongst two goddesses. I can do nothing to prevent my form from wanting to be to praise these divine beings before me. No, I'm just a princess, not his princess. I didn't know what this man is saying. Me neither. Okay, look. I guess about 5 minutes ago, I was trying to advertise Alondra, Slime, and Johnny as sugar baby candidates. Um, I don't. They seem to like their advertisement. He needs to goon. I don't need a goon. I don't need to goon. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good right now. Wait, say mine again. It was something about how if you were a sugar baby, they would give you money and you would not know what the money was for or what to do with the money and be dumbfounded as to what the hell you agreed to as a sugar baby, and if they wanted someone who looked like a gay worm. Johnny's so cute, damn right. I guess Alondra's pretty upset that you and Johnny are flirting. Damn, right in front of me is crazy. What the fuck? Oh, you didn't like that one? Oh, jar. No, I don't want to be in the jar. Damn, he's licking. Damn. Johnny's licking Akers. That's crazy. Oh, but Alondra can say shit to them, but unfair expectations. Put him in the jar. Oh, I don't want to go in there. What is happening? Say, when I get unhinged, suddenly I'm the problem. But when you people get unhinged, you're not the problem. How is this? How is this fair? Come in that far? Come in that jar? What the fuck? Me? I don't want to. Why can't I engage in my delusions, but you guys can engage in your delusions? Explain that. Hmm? They're my baby girls, you perv. No, not me. My twins. Aren't you usually flirting and hitting on your twins? What the? What? What's the matter? I make jokes and I'm silly. Mm, would I kiss them? Of course. There, see, there it is. But that's not the point. But that is the point. That's the point I'm making. I'm drawing attention to that point. I'm bypassing the jokes and the silly and just going straight to like you're trying to mac. Trying to mac out here. Like this is y'all. This is always y'all. Where is it? Where's the damn thing? This is you guys. All the time. Making out. Like what the hell? Well, so I'm a whore? Well, you haven't done anything. No, you're not a whore. You just haven't you're just there. You're just you're just there. You're just existing right there. Wow, Spectre. Exactly, so shut up. How could you call I didn't call her that. I didn't say anything. I didn't even imply anything. Why would I say anything negative to her? She's a goddess. Ekis, when's your next stream? Why? Answer the question. Keep running your mouth, bitch. I love you. I'll find you. I don't think it would be that difficult, but sure, okay. Okay. No? What do you mean no? Tell me. So you said you love me? I forgot. Not saying. Whore. He's obsessed. I guess I love you too. Oh, what's this on my arm? Blah. I just keep him. He's yours. Wow. You two are so mean. No, the fuck? I don't want him. Oh my god. What is this? Why am I being bullied now? Can I keep you? Well, me neither. Oh, we'll see. Apparently, I don't know if Alondra's gonna like this one. Maybe she won't like this attempt. Let's see how this works out for her. Well, apparently you and Johnny are a thing now. So, ooh, my fucking god. I give up. Alondra, you know, Akis loves you. You know you're the only girl for her. Hey, I was told that. I mean, Johnny was licking her. Snitch, I'm leaving and you did flirt right in front of me. So what the fuck is happening? The evidence is there. I think Alondra, I think Ekis, I think you're the only girl for Ekis, right? I think you two were fine. No, but she's flirting with my twink and Johnny's flirting with my girl. Ooh. Ooh. Damn. So disrespectful from both parties. No. No. You guys can share. I think you can share. I think you can make this work. This is not a community poll. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. So they can keep each other. Okay, so then you're gonna stick with slime. You taking slime from Johnny? If that'll make them happy? Nah, they don't need that. You can all about you. It's the whole damn ocean. JK, JK, JK. No, oof. Oof. I don't think she's gonna like that one. No, I would want them to be happy. Oh my lord. Because I'm nice. But when they miss me, I won't be here. Damn. Oh my lord. Well, alright then. I think that's the end of the stream. 12:40. Time for bed. Time for some sleeps. Time for some mimis. And then I can sleep and go to work tomorrow and pay bills and buy people things. Buy myself nothing. I have to save money. Go to bed. I'm already going. I'm already going. I'm out of here. Good night, everyone. Go to bed. Why are you yelling at me? What the fuck is Johnny's comment? I'm out of here. Good night. Thank you for coming. I'll miss you. Bye bye. I guess tell me the day of your next stream or I'm gonna throw things at you. Bye bye.